cruel pain. Hello. Hello, chat. How are we doing? Good evening. Welcome to another evening stream. Hopefully tonight I won't stay up until 1 a.m. That was a bit much. Quite a bit much. Short stack goblin. Can we look up how countries can leave the non-proliferation agreement? I want to help Denmark out with some stuff. I mean, can't they just leave? It's just a treaty, right? Wouldn't you just pass a law saying that you left? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, according to the Clanker, leaving a nuclear non-proliferation agreement like the NPT involves formal notice and justification under Article 10, allowing a state to cease obligations but risking international sanctions and destabilization, as seen with North Korea's withdrawal and Iran's threats, which could prompt regional nuclear arms race. Yeah, like. Last night was mostly just talking with SDA about military tech porn. It wasn't just SDA, it was also Epic. It was both of them. Um, I mean, yeah, I feel like they could probably just leave. I mean, in Denmark's case, maybe they might be able to, but there's more to it than that because it's not just a matter of they just leave. Like, then they have to actually develop nukes, and that's not necessarily going to stop the US. Um, yes, yeah, yes, Chase, I know. We'll get to that. Um, I wanted to talk about this real quick, though. U.S. launches Gaza plan's second phase as Palestinian technocratic government unveiled. Although that last hostage still is not back yet, like the last hostage body. I mean, yeah, of course Trump's flip flopping because as we've already been informed of last night, if he does it, if he actually strikes Iran, Israel could get fucked. I don't know. Like, has anyone told Trump that there are other options besides just big explosion thing go boom? Is this something that anyone has mentioned to him? Is this like a thing that anyone has informed him of, or does he just not know? Is he is he just too stupid? Even Israel and the Gulf states were warning him. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Like, there must be something else that he can do. Um, I don't know if the CIA was ever really that great to begin with, but I mean, Mossad could probably do some shit with American support potentially. But I don't necessarily think. I mean, obviously, what we want Israel, or is we want like the people in Iran to overthrow stuff. If the question is he too stupid in regards to Trump? The answer is probably yeah. Yes. That is a question in regards to Trump. Um, oh, short stack goblin, you think that you think that like you think that Trump wants to like take over a bunch of shit? I mean, I don't know that that's the case. At least, oh, you're an unemployed nuclear physicist in Portugal and you need a project based. But um I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know if you were here last night or not, Short Stack Goblin, but like Epic kind of explained why Trump wants Greenland. And I mean, maybe there's like another explanation, I guess. But what he said sounds reasonable. Apparently there have long been talks about how what the US really wants is for Greenland slash Denmark to actually up their defense spending. And if they don't, and like because Trump's stupid, his answer to this is, well, we can just buy them. And if we buy them, then we can just do it ourselves. Or like if they're not going to do it, we'll do it, but that means we need to own them first or something. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna, like, maybe he legitimately just wants to take over a bunch of shit, but he's just going south of the map. No, someone told him no Greenland, so he went, what about Iceland? I mean, wait, did he say that? I hadn't heard that. Oh, you think that Epic is incorrect about that? I mean, I don't know. I think that he said that Jan Stoltenberg wrote about it in his book when he was talking about stuff. Dropping a like, I knew Trump would screw over Iranian protesters. He hasn't decided to do anything yet. I don't know. He's waffling. Remember, Trump only wants to do things that are easy. And if he thinks that it's not going to be easy, then he's not going to do it. And then, like, if the thing that he does doesn't go well for him, then he just kind of, like, is forever in denial about it, or he blames other people. Like he's constantly in denial about the Gaza thing and always saying like, we brought peace to the Middle East, and he just doesn't want to. Yeah, I don't know. Trump said Iran is shooting people with guns, so it's a whole thing. I mean, if you have stuff that you want to post in the stream suggestions, then yeah. You have a Hassan clip? Okay. I don't know why I feel like I maybe it's because I don't know why I'm like more okay with Hassan stuff than I am with um Vosh stuff. I mean, it might be because that Hassan feels considerably more relevant, even though he also is locked inside of a fortress. But he still feels more relevant because he has more viewers and more reach, and people actually listen to him. Freak Haya.
Alhamdulillah, USA is going to strike and murder that pig Khamenei. And I know even though you act like you condemn the regime, you and your tanky viewers are going to be fuming. Tanky. Brother, you can't say Alhamdulillah and then say tanky.
Bro, you are a tanky though.
Okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Either, like, what is happening here? Why are fucking Arab posters in my chat literally fucking using like American Western chauvinist terminology?
What? Oh, I see. So tankies are American Western chauvinist. I Wait, that's not even true. That term wasn't. Tanky is a pejorative label generally applied to authoritarian communists, especially those who support or defend acts of repression by such regime. Okay, yeah. The term tanky was originally used by dissident Marxist-Leninists to describe members of the Communist Party of Great Britain who followed the party line of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. So Hassan doesn't know where this term comes from, or he's literally doing the purity testing thing by saying that anybody who uses this term is basically just running cover for like Western imperialism. Because this term was originated from other communists. That's what I thought, but I wanted to double check. Yes, he did. He said chauvinist. Or chauvinist. I don't think he said it like that. Oh, the clip's audio is low, is it? What the fuck? Hold on, let me.
Alhamdulillah, USA
What? Does that just not work on this
is going to
website?
strike and murder that pig, A, and I.
Yeah, I shouldn't be having to turn this up this loud. Does this just not work on any website that isn't fucking YouTube?
I know, even though you act like
Boo!
USA is going to strike and murder that pig, A.
Okay then. Hold on. Does it sound fine? Minnesotans sound Canadian anyway. I think they should be liberated. Maybe, yeah,
And I know, even though you act like
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't have to,
Alhamdulillah, USA is going to strike and murder that.
I have no idea why I can't turn the volume up on this. Like,
Alhamdulillah, USA is going to strike and
okay, that's better. Jesus. No, we don't need fucking subtitles. Okay, here we go. One more time.
Alhamdulillah, USA is going to strike and murder that pig, A. And I know, even though you act like you condemn the regime, you and your tanky viewers are going to be fuming. Tanky. Brother, you can't say Alhamdulillah and then say tanky, okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Either, like, what is happening here? Why are fucking Arab posters in my chat literally fucking
Also, why is he saying Arab? Does he like Iranians or Persians? If this guy is Iranian, although I mean maybe he's not, but I don't know, that's kind of weird. Although then again, I mean to Hassan, probably all brown Middle Eastern people are the same because he's you know, it's that Ottoman colonizer mindset. He just thinks all of them are the same. Honestly, Chase, it wouldn't surprise me if he thought that Iranians were Arab. But yeah, like it's very funny about him saying that about like tankies.
using like American Western chauvinist terminology.
He doesn't know where the term tanky came from.
To describe a perspective. Say it with your fucking chest, pussy, okay? I'm Iranian. Oh, great.
Yeah, so he's not fucking Arab.
Yeah.
Probably because yeah.
I'm secretly in the tank. This is what I want. On the one hand, in the United States of America, I get mad when abortion restrictions are placed on women, denying their bodily autonomy, or when trans people are under the crosshairs. Obviously, neither of those two things are actually a real issue in Iran. But
wait, what? Yes, they are. Oh, that's right. Hassan thinks that trans people have rights in Iran. I forgot about that because he's an idiot. Oh, hey, Epic.
Let's say, gay people are in the crosshairs, right? What leads you to believe that any sort of social conservatism is something that I would be on board with? It's not, okay? It's very stupid. If I don't like any sort of social conservatism or any sort of repression in the United States of America, obviously I'm not going to be in favor of it in Iran as well. If we're talking about foreign policy, that's an entirely separate position. Stop pretending, man. Yes, you're right. I love the Islamic Republic. I love as a socialist. I'm a big fan and super fond of arresting, imprisoning, jailing.
I mean, you sure as fuck aren't like speaking out about it enough, unless like I'm wrong. Like I don't watch him very much, but let's be real. Like Loner is correct. The majority of Hassan's audience support the Islamic Republic because of all the funding that they give to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And they're certainly going to run defense for them and basically say that they're definitely better than America. Social conservatism seems like kind of an understatement. Yeah, and when you're talking about Iran, it absolutely is. Like, Iran is run by crazy theocratic people, and they have, like, insanely repressive laws.
Torturing socialists and communists alike. This is my thing. This is what I like because I'm actually a Shia Muslim. Not even like there is. What would I be pretending here? Like what would possibly be the thing that I'm pretending?
He just gets so mad at it. It's very funny.
Okay. But the IR fucked up when China's right there. I mean, it seems you constantly dehumanize us, law. Man, bitch, shut your bitch ass up. You constantly dehumanize us. Shut your bitch ass up. I'm over here talking about fucking trying to fucking offer freedom to the Iranian population from the otherwise repressive nature of the state by fucking easing up on the restrictions that are making the population suffer. And you're over here being like, no, it's actually good that mama and dada.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. Because Hassan thinks that the solution is to ease up sanctions rather than to get rid of the regime. Cenk has been pretty gross on Iran. Really? Has he? Oh wait, because he thinks it's just he thinks it's an Israeli psyop.
Are getting fucking destroyed in Iran because they need to fucking take up arms and start killing security forces in the country until they deserve food. The fuck?
I mean, no, but it's so stupid. This is such a stupid take. Like, Dispel was actually arguing in my Discord that Loner seems to think that like that like Iranians shouldn't get sanctions or shouldn't get like basic shit if they don't overthrow the regime or something. It was really stupid. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking dumb. I mean, Chase, listen, Fire is dumb, okay? Like Fire was saying earlier, he can't tell if Assad is worse than Al-Shara. I think Fire is just I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if Fire is just rage baiting. Although he might also just not know anything about Syria.
Because that's the American position. The American position in this circumstance is they don't deserve food or medicine until they actually kill the Ayatollah.
No, the American position is that easing up sanctions will help the regime. Therefore, sanctions should not be eased up right now. Especially since the reason why the sanctions are there is to stop Iran from funding all the terrorist groups that you love so much.
I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's a fucking insanely inhumane position to hold. People give you shit for your Iran takes, but I find them to be mostly fair and consistent with the belief in sovereignty and human rights. You're not an IR dick writer like the most annoying people on Twitter, or we love every bomb the US drops liberal. No, I'm not.
Oh my god. Yeah, but Hassan's like words about this are never going to be as strong as they could be because his audience would eat him alive if he went too far. But thanks, Chase. Thanks for that. Thanks for that brain rot. Okay. Do we want to do the Gaza stuff next, or do we want to actually, you know what? I might actually save this for like let's just have a look here. So on Wednesday, Steve Witkoff announced the launch of phase 2 of President Trump's 20-point plan. Oh, and hey, that's today. That's today, chat. Today's Wednesday. For ending the war in Gaza, including the establishment of a new technocratic Palestinian administration for the Strip. Witkoff said in a statement that this new phase will consist of moving from ceasefire to demilitarization, technocratic governance, and reconstruction. Yeah, good luck. Like, I'm still not... I don't think... Hamas isn't going to give their shit up unless someone goes in there and takes it from them. Fire was apparently saying that, Sans. Yes, Runner, I did see Hassan praise DGG. I actually watched Destiny react to that a little while ago because I had Destiny stream on because I was going to see like when might be a good time to come on there. I don't know if like it would now would be a good or now would be a good time to try to get on because he is playing Arc Raiders with Mr. Moon. But yeah, I don't know. Hassan is just kind of silly about, like I guess whatever. Hassan's willing to do the enemy of my enemy is my friend shit, but um that Al-Shar is as bad as Assad. Yeah, no. Um to quote the great Sundowner, I don't know who will be in charge in Syria next, but I know that it will be better than fucking Bashar al-Assad. No, I do not have perms. Um, I've only talked to him one time. Maybe he'll give them to me if he deems my contributions good enough, but I don't know how to get them and I don't know if I should just ask. Otherwise, yeah, I probably would just jump on. Or I would have jumped on earlier when he was doing political shit. What is happening in Iran that you have not covered yet? Well, I just wanted to check up to see what the fuck was going on. Because Trump, apparently, is making these kind of insane plans about how Iran is like or these claims that everything is fine. Like Trump says Iran has no plan for executions as the US weighs options against regime. I don't know where he's even getting this from, but earlier this sounded like he was walking back his plan to strike. US President Donald Trump said that Iran has no plans for executions amid fears for the fate of a detailed anti-government protester. Oh, detained anti-government. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's a guy that's been detained, and Trump was worried that he was going to get executed. He declined, however, to take military action off the table, saying his administration will wait and see. Earlier, U.S. personnel were urged to leave a U.S. military base in Qatar as a precaution, sources told CNN. Several nations have urged their citizens to leave Iran, while some airlines are rerouting flights to avoid Iranian airspace. At least 2,400 demonstrators have been killed since the start of Iran's brutal crackdown last month, according to a US-based rights group. When an internet blackout is still in place, the atmosphere in Tehran is extremely heavy and tense, one resident told CNN. Whatever happened to that that pro-government protest that they were going to have? He said he'd be very mad if executions occur. Yeah, I'm sure he would say that. Also, like, Times of Israel's reporting that that the US and the UK are advising against travel to Israel because like Epic was saying yesterday about like there's no US carrier groups in the region in order to like shoot down any shit that Iran sends towards Israel. So like a lot more stuff could probably get through. And that means that like that would not be good because that's basically like Trump doing something crazy without like having any backup there to deal with the consequences. So one would hope, yeah. But anyway, sorry, Jesus, we're getting off track here. So the one day I'll get better at this so that I can actually start like making proper like little segments out of news shit. One day, like Stardust does for Loner. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. We are like very few subs away from me being able to apply for monetization. We are so close. What are we at right now? 448. Yeah. It is we're very, very close. I spoke with the Ayatollah, and it turns out I align with him in terms of villain alignment charts, so I'm switching sides. Oh, are you talking about like? Yeah, that does actually sound like. Although I feel like Trump would probably say that in a more in a stupid way. Um, hold on. Oh, a cute video and stream suggestions. All right. Oh my God. Oh, that poor baby. Oh, he ate the hot food. Or I think like he must have just licked it. Damn, poor kitty. Must be a stray. Oh yeah, it could be actually. And that could be a security camera too. But that poor kitty. Although the cat is orange, so this does check out. It this does make sense. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the meme, but orange cats have one collective brain cell between them. And then they share it. Or rather they don't share it, but it transfers from one cat to another. And sometimes orange cats don't always get the brain cell. In fact, most will never get the brain cell, meaning that they do incredibly stupid shit. Although really, like, yeah. See you later, Fell Runner. Yeah, this cat could be a stray. Was that a deterrent to keep cats? I mean, it might be. I have no idea. They just left spicy food on the porch with a bowl of water and a camera. I don't think so. I think this is probably this. I don't know. But I have no idea. Wait, yes, Trump is indeed orange. It seems to track. Maybe maybe that's it. Maybe Trump's an orange cat in a man's body. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so let's see what's going on here with Gaza. Phase 2 establishes a transitional technocratic Palestinian administration, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, NCAG, and begins the full demilitarization. The U.S. expects Hamas to comply fully with its obligations, including the immediate return of the final to cease hostage. Failure to do so will bring serious consequences. The U.S. Okay. I mean, I very much doubt that they're going to listen. I don't know why they would. They don't really have any reason to. I don't even think they really have anything to lose, or at least not anything that they care about. And meaning their lives or the lives of the Gazan civilians. IP is woke. I have no idea if Trump is a dog guy or not, Chase. I mean, it would surprise me if Trump even liked animals at all, since he's, like, apparently a crazy germaphobe. Importantly, Phase 1 delivered historic humanitarian aid, maintained the ceasefire, returned all living hostages, and the remains of 27 of the 28 deceased hostages, Wickoff said. Thank you, fellow mediators in Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar for their indispensable mediation efforts that made all this progress days possible. Okay, whatever. Oh, this is the last hostage, Ran Gavili, who was confirmed to have been killed on January 31st, 2024. By invading Hamas-led terror. Oh, they killed him on October 7th, and then they took his body back to Gaza. Jesus. I don't know if Trump hates dogs, but dogs hate Trump probably. They probably sense that he's not a good dude. Israel pushed back on transitioning to phase 2 before Hamas had given up its weapons and returned the body of Master Sergeant Ren Gavili. Top U.S. officials told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during his Mar-a-Lago meetings last month that Washington is committed to those two goals, but doesn't want to condition the commencement of phase 2 on either. A U.S. official and two sources familiar with the matter told the Times of Israel. I mean, I'm not surprised by that because Trump just wants things to be going. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with Gavili's parents after the announcement, telling them that Gavili's return is at the top of Israel's priorities, and that the declarative move to establish a committee of technocrats to manage Gaza will not affect in any way the efforts to bring Ran back for burial in Israel. Damn, I'm surprised that Bibi actually talked to a hostage family. I thought he was allergic to doing that kind of shit. Or maybe it's because that this particular hostage is not alive anymore, so maybe he just doesn't, I don't know. But obviously, this is really important to them, as it would be to most people. The funniest thing is watching Trump try to express empathy for other people. It's just, he just comes across as like the most, like an alien almost. Like he's, like he can't understand this foreign notion of like feeling any sort of sympathy for other individuals. It just sounds so fake. Yeah, I know Israel doesn't want Turkey to be involved. Netanyahu also said that Israel is insisting that information on Gavili's whereabouts provided by the mediators be immediately translated into effective actions on the ground. Hamas is required to comply with the terms of the agreement and make a 100% effort to return all fallen hostages until the very last one. Ran Gavili, a hero of Israel, Netanyahu's office said in a statement. Gavili's mother, Talek, said in a statement that the declaration will not impact her campaign for her son, but emphasized her opposition to the implementation of phase 2 until he is returned. Moving to phase 2 at this moment, while the efforts to return Ran have yet to be exhausted, is a loss in the most significant leverage and may be a sentence of eternal disappearance for Ran. Until Ran is returned, the state of Israel will not be able to close its most bloody wound and will not be able to begin the rehabilitation and healing that it so desperately needs. Phase 2 must not be implemented as long as Ran has not returned home, she said. I mean, part of phase 1 was also the release of all of the hostages. Oh, hello! Hi! Hi, buddy! Whoa! Hi, baby! Are we having a cat pause? Huh. Pause. That meme is always funny. Dogs hate Trump, by God. On the other hand, loves him. Everyone is saying that. Like no one has said before in history. Trust me, never in history has someone said something like that. Stewart heard the cat for it wasn't on speaker, although maybe he sensed it. Or maybe he sensed that I was doing something that didn't involve him, and he was like, "What are you doing? How dare you?" Hello. Hi. Hello, buddy. Now he's purring. You're so cute. You're like the sweetest baby. Is your dog love Trump? I think so. What the fuck? Oh my god. Hi. Hi, buddy. Oh. Hi. So I gave my dad the computer that I built for him. Hopefully it works. Hopefully everything goes okay. I'm sure I'll probably be hearing from him soon about whether or not the shit that he wants to use it for worked okay. But It does boot and everything. Aw. Hi. This guy is so cute. Can you all hear him? Aw. Car. Oh, hey, Vanilloven. God damn, it's late for you guys. Uh. Oh, I'll watch cute videos at the end of the stream, Chase. I think closing off with an adorable cat or dog video is a good idea. I think that's pretty adorable, and I think that's what I would like to do. Oh, Chase told me. Oh, okay. Oh, did Chase like message you or whatever that I was streaming and that my cat was being cute? Wait, was I? Did I look at pics of your cats last stream? Hold on. Oh, by the way, Epic, I don't know if you're still here or not, but did you see that guy in Loner Cord like a couple days ago who was like basically attacking you because apparently you said you wanted to wait for the ICJ's ruling and he thought that that meant you were some sort of ICJ cuck? You wanted to wait for the ICJ's ruling on Gaza because apparently that meant that you were an ICJ cuck or whatever, and then he said that like Gaza and Bosnia are basically the same thing, or they're very similar. And the ICJ ruled that Bosnia wasn't a genocide except for Srebrenica, and therefore, like, don't be an ICJ cuck or something. Um, I need to look into that more, actually. Oh, yeah, no, I thought Chase did show a video of Cleo crying. It was the one that you posted. The picture of Doomy and the cat carrier and the video of Cleo whining. Yeah, from the shelter when you the stuff that you posted in the Israel Palestine channel. Yeah, the same one talking about how much of a genius Noam Chomsky was. We had a whole conversation. They are deeply unserious. I mean, yeah. Um There was another guy who got gay babied who said that this is very funny to me. He said that he recognized that there's the picture coming out of Gaza is very incomplete and that we don't have all the information, but also he is 100% certain that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. And he would not answer me when I attempted to get him to reconcile this weird cognitive dissonance. Oh no, that was when Cleo and I didn't make it to the shelter. Oh. Noam Chomsky is a genius on everything, just like Mearsheimer and Finkelstein. God damn it. Oh, God. I hate both of those people. Okay. So, U.S. is still aiming to hold the first meeting of the Board of Peace on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos next week. Well, Witkov's statement spoke of demilitarization. No agreement has been reached yet on how that will be executed. The U.S. has been in talks with Mideast mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, which have assured Washington that Hamas will agree to a gradual disarmament plan that would begin with the terror group giving up its heavy weaponry and a launch of a buyback program for lighter weapons, according to U.S. officials and two Arab diplomats who said the goal is to begin implementing the program in the coming weeks. I will believe that when I see it. I don't even know how many quote-unquote heavy weapons Hamas has. I mean, unless they keep lots of that stuff in the tunnels. I'm not even really sure. Like, I guess rocket launcher are RPGs, I'm assuming, are heavy weapons. Or is that not even true? Like, what the hell qualifies? Like, what are we talking about? Qassam rockets? Help me out here, Epic. I'm assuming that you understand these things. Since SDA's not here to give me his gun knowledge. RPGs are not heavy. Yeah, I wouldn't think that they are because that they're like handheld, right? I'm assuming that a heavy weapon is I got paid to attend a Mearsheimer lecture once, easiest money I've ever made. I probably would have fallen asleep or like been on my phone the entire time, and I would have tried to find a seat that was hopefully comfortable. Or I would have waited and I would have listened and then waited until the Q&A so I could ask him some questions. Heavy weapons are ones that cannot be carried by a single person, generally speaking. What heavy weapons does Hamas have besides Qassam rockets? RPG is Russian for handheld anti-tank launcher and refers to man-portable anti-tank systems like RPG-7 and RPG-29. Oh, I thought it stood for rocket-propelled grenade. But I understand that. Okay, so those are actually Russian weapons. Like, yeah, I don't... Heavy weapons means crew-served weapon in this situation, i.e. rocket launcher and large caliber mortars. Hamas has mortar. Okay, I don't know what the hell Hamas. Like, I didn't think they had any of that shit. I thought most of what they had probably were like RPGs, and then like their shitty Qassam rockets that they can't aim, that they like to fire off into Israel. Like, I know they don't have like tanks or they do have mortars. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, these. Okay, that sounds about right. Jesus Christ. I am incredibly stupid when it comes to any kind of like these are all things that I've heard the terms, but I never really bothered to look into what they were. Okay, a mortar is basically like a little mini cannon, I guess. Yeah. They've released videos of themselves shooting mortars with no uniforms. Yeah. Of course. Do they at least have the headbands on in those videos? Hello, TRC. It's the simplest form of artillery. Only in Tom Cruise movies, RPG is a Soviet weapon system and stands for a Soviet acronym. It's not even a grenade launcher. Oh, okay. Listen, everything I know about guns, except for the stuff that SDA taught me or that I learned when I went shooting with him, and that I also learned when I went shooting before that in South Carolina. But everything else that I know about guns comes from Call of Duty, okay? Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's Oh, Wikipedia says handheld anti-tank grenade launcher. I mean, I guess because it rocket-propelled grenade, and then it's specifically we're talking. Yeah, okay. So we're talking specifically about these are specific types of Russian weapons. These ones that have numbers after them. Wait. Oh, this is the one that we're all familiar with, I think. I'm not going to attempt to read that Russian name there. Epic. 1944, 82 years ago to 1940. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is... Of course, that's from World War I. What about this one? Is this the, Interesting. Wars used in... Wait, are people still using the other one? Oh, there's not a list. Okay. RPG is a series of Russian weapons. The US counterpart to RPG-7 in the Cold War is the Law. Oh! Light anti-tank weapon. That sounds familiar. And today is the AT-4, Anti-Tank 4, and Carl Gustav. Wait, is NLAW? Is that a thing? I swear that sounds familiar. Also, javelins are anti-tank weapons too, aren't they? RPG 32. Oh, this is their current shit. Look at that thing. Enlaw and javelins are guided. Ah, I see. Law. Weapons. Light anti-tank weapon. Law 80. M72 law. N-law. Oh, N-laws are Swedish. Interesting. Ooh. This thing looks heavy as fuck. Does it say how much this weighs? All American anti-tank launchers besides the Javelin are Swedish. Oh. Blast shield. How much does this weigh? Oh, warhead weight. 4 pounds. Wow, that's not that bad. Or is that okay? I'm guessing that's just like how much it weighs when you put the warhead into it, or that's so light. Enlar are not guided. That's false. Javelin is. It's an ATGM. Lightweight, shoulder fired, and disposable line of sight missile system designed for infantry use. The missile uses a soft launch system and is guided by predicted line of sight. It can carry out an overfly top attack on an armored vehicle. Interesting. Yeah, I know Trump loves javelins. He just likes talking about it because the Ukraine loves javelins. Okay. Anyway, it's not clear whether this framework will be sufficient for Israel, and Hamas officials have publicly asserted that the organization will only agree to give up its weapons in a negotiated process that results in the establishment of a Palestinian state. For its part, the U.S. has claimed that Hamas agreed to disarm during a meeting between top officials from each side hours before phase 1 of the ceasefire was inked in October. Yeah, I'm sure they said that. That deal has barely held in the nearly 3 months since, with mutual allegations of violations and over 400 Palestinians killed, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilians and combatants. Thank you for pointing out this information, Times of Israel. This is something that everybody needs to remember. Not that I'm saying that all the people that are killed are civilians, just that we don't fucking know. Manpad, oh, hello, Dante. Manpad refers to man-portable air defense. Man-portable anti-tank systems are separate. Wait, I'm curious, Epic, because you were in the Air Force. What kind of, like, weapons training did you receive? Like, do Air Force pilots, I'm assuming that you guys must carry, like, sidearms or whatever, or that you're supposed to when you fly, if you're flying any missions that involve like going into enemy airspace or what have you. I'm assuming that you must carry at least like a pistol or something, or do you carry heavier weapons? Or if you're not allowed to say anything and say it's classified, that's fine, but yeah. Because I would assume that a lot of the weapons that you're talking about are like infantry stuff. I went to the Advances Weapons School at Nellis. Oh, okay. Oh, for small arms, we qualify on any weapons we deploy with. I see. Air Force pilots love pillow fighting. That's the only thing they're good at. That and rotating a knob when we. Jesus, God damn it, Dante. Shots fired. Bro probably got that little ass M4 they made for the Air Force. They made a little M4 for the okay. Dude knows how to deploy a tactical. Wow, there has been so much. The Air Force here is getting a lot of hate. Let's not hate on the Air Force, guys. They fly like sexy airplanes. Those planes are really cool. Going above the speed of sound and stuff. While aid has increased significantly during this period, humanitarian groups say Israeli restrictions have hampered their efforts to serve the people of Gaza, where hundreds of thousands are displaced in often flimsy tents at the peak of winter. Yeah, this is not good. A while ago I linked that Yusuf guy who's currently trapped in Gaza. He was doing a fundraiser in order to buy winter coats and stuff for people in Gaza in the tents. Chair Force gets all the hate they deserve. What the fuck? AWS focuses on weapons capabilities operated by our advisory nations. So we pick up and familiarize ourselves with anything from the AK rifle to an anti-tank gun. The goal is to be able to use any means to defend yourself if shot down behind enemy lines. Ah, nice. We also need to train around known threats to our aircraft. We also train with captured tanks, SPG, IFV, APC to help us identify friend or foe from the air. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Chase. He's actually not. He mentioned in one of his videos, Yusuf is a Palestinian, but his family, I guess they probably moved away a while ago because he was living in Dubai, and then he and other members of his family came back to Gaza so he could go to school. Because it's cheaper to go to school there than it is in other places. And the Palestinians still have really good education, like really good schools and stuff. But yeah, now he's trying to get out. He's been trying to get out into Egypt. And apparently the border was supposed to open. But I don't know if it's open yet. I don't think so. At AWS, the A10 guys have shipping containers painted with Russian and American tanks lined up in the desert, and they take turns blowing them up. Based. That sounds like fun. Make things explode. Or fake tanks explode. The mediating states issued a joint statement welcoming the formation of the Technocratic Committee and confirmed that the committee will be headed by former Palestinian Authority Deputy Transformation Minister Ali Shaath. Listen, don't. Okay, it's this dude. Ali Shaath. We're just gonna go with that. This step will contribute to stability and improve the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, the mediator said, expressing hope that it will pave the way for further implementation of the Trump plan's second phase. The mediator stressed the need for all parties to commit to the full implementation of the agreement. Oh, shit. I'm not, right. Sorry. I keep forgetting to do that. Laser pigs say that A10 is garbage. Oh, I see you were. Oh, yes, Sans, you were here for last night's conversation where Epic mentioned that people talking about laser pigs. So yeah. The PA had hoped that it would control the panel and that one of its ministers would serve as its chairman, but that demand was vetoed by Israel, which has blocked efforts to allow the PA to gain a foothold in Gaza. This is like incredibly stupid. The PA right now, unfortunately, are the only alternative. And I only say unfortunately because they're not popular. Like, earlier on Wednesday, Egypt's foreign minister announced that a consensus has been reached on the members of the committee to govern Gaza. So they're just going to pick a bunch of people who are not in the PA government so they can freeze out the PA. We hope that following the agreement, the committee will be announced soon and will then be deployed to the Gaza Strip to manage daily life and essential services, he said, indicating that all Palestinian factions back the members of the new committee. Oh, wait, even Hamas? That's interesting. Egypt will not allow the enclave to be separated politically from the West Bank, stressing the importance of a two-state solution. I mean, it's great that they're all on board with that, but you know, the Egyptian foreign minister expressed his hope that an announcement would soon be made, revealing the 15 members. Listen here, Epic says. Some of the members of the Technocratic Committee are located in Gaza, while others are outside the Strip. The Haaretz Daily reported that the panel will initially be based in Cairo, though this would likely require Israel to reopen the Rafah crossing. Hopefully they fucking do that, because there are some people who would like to be able to leave, and also that would allow more aid to come in. It's unclear when the new committee will begin operating. The members of the new panel have not been formally announced, but they have received official letters from the Board of Peace High Representative. I'm not even going to attempt to say that now. The PA's president, Mahmoud Abbas, expressed his support for the new Technocratic Committee on Wednesday. The statement from Abbas's office welcoming the new panel lauded Trump's efforts to stabilize Gaza in an effort to maintain working ties with Washington in the hope that this will allow for the PA to gradually restore its role in the Strip. Yeah, I mean, best of luck with that. Trump is like really anti the PA, or like it seems like Palestinians in general, seeing as how he basically said that people with PA passports aren't allowed to come into the United States, which is fucking ridiculous. Rafah crossing is scheduled to be reopened, isn't it? It's supposed to be, but I keep hearing that for ages. Egypt, yeah, like Egypt's asking them to. No mention of Rafah, Gaza Phase 2, raising questions. The Rafah crossing has not been opened because of Israel's resistance. Israel's dragging their feet because of they don't want to do it until the last hostage body is returned. The American announcement made no reference to opening the Rafah crossing in both directions, a component Israel has viewed as one of its last remaining levers for the return of Gavil's body. Israeli officials say preparations are underway for possible military action to dismantle Hamas if it becomes clear the terror organization does not disarm on its own. Yeah, so there's nothing about reopening the Rafah crossing. I suspect that Israel is going to hold that onto that card. But, I mean, the Israeli elections at this point are the big question mark on the box. Is 2026 just going to be a long year until Israeli elections and American midterm? Yeah, probably. It probably is going to be. I mean, Donald Trump has been in president for like a year. And yeah, oh yeah, they do need to give his body back. I don't know if Hamas is dragging their feet because they think that they can use him as a bargaining chip, or if they just don't know where he is. It could be one or the other. Like, maybe they're trying to find him, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. It's kind of crazy. Um, I think it's been reported they know where he is. Oh, well, then at that point, there's no goddamn excuse. It would take several days to get to his body. Oh, they have to, I mean, it's been such a long time. Okay. U.S. State Department welcomed the PA's support in a statement. I mean, cool, but you're not gonna pressure Israel to let the PA have a place. Oh yeah, they absolutely need to give him back. It's really insane that they haven't yet. Since I don't know, like, Hamas just doesn't have, they really, in fact, I don't even really think that they could use him as a card, because that Israel will just respond by trying to, like, by going back in. No, Chase, I would imagine that that Hamas probably found ways to keep the bodies in, like, decent condition. Which is, I mean, I don't know how they would have managed to do that, but I'm sure they found some way. And when I say I don't know how, I mean that I don't know how because I don't know that the Gaza had, like, enough electricity for them to keep a freezer running. But maybe. I mean, that's, like, really unpleasant to think about, too. It's just very unfortunate. I imagine he could be in territory controlled by Israel right now. Maybe. No, I think if that was the case, then maybe they would have said something, but I'm not sure. Aren't there still Hamas tunnels in those in Israeli-controlled territory that Israel's still trying to clear out? In a statement, Palestinian factions, including terror groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad, said they agreed to support the mediators' efforts in forming the Palestinian National Transitional Committee to administer the Gaza Strip while providing the appropriate environment for it to begin its work. The statement also vowed to continue to work for national unity, called for an independent Palestinian state, and urged mediators to pressure Israel to withdraw from Gaza. Oh, I'm sure you'd like Israel to leave Gaza so you guys can go back to doing what you really want to do. There was no mention of Hamas's weapons, which the terror group must surrender to international forces under Trump's plan. Yeah, they're not going to. The statement came after a Hamas delegation met with representatives of other Palestinian factions in Cairo in the afternoon to discuss the transition to the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal, according to Egyptian outlet El Kahira. I can't say these names. I'm so sorry. Which is considered close to Egyptian intelligence. Other outlets reported that the meeting did not include representatives of the PA and its dominant faction, Fatah. Yeah, of course not. Oh god, don't read the comments. Although, I guess that comment wasn't, like, super bad, but yeah, everyone is just, there could be tunnels everywhere. Those aren't exactly easy to find. But I don't know. Like, I hope that he's returned soon. I mean, that's really about all I can say. It's incredibly sad that he is the last holdout and that, like, Hamas is basically just kind of dragging all that out. I suspect that even if they do give him back, they're still going to drag their feet about disarming because they're not going to want to. Oh, somebody just linked this in stream suggestions. People have been having breakdowns over lefties in the anti-Iran regime sub. Oof. Kalinda, has Epic told you that you probably shouldn't be watching Laser Pig's videos in search of information regarding the Ukrainian conflict? No. I don't. I mean, Laser Pig hasn't made a video about Ukraine in a while. I'm not really sure, like... Or are you saying that I shouldn't be... Or, like, I guess, would he say that I shouldn't watch his videos if he's talking about military stuff with regards to Ukraine? I mean, like, I know that there are other channels that specifically talk about that, but he makes videos on the armament of Russia, though. I mean, yeah, he does. Like, I don't know. Laserpig's, the thing that Laserpig really seems to like to talk about is tanks. He seems to be like a huge tank nerd. I don't know if he's wrong about everything he says about tanks. He seems to understand a bunch of stuff. And he also talks about, like, historical tanks a lot, too. Um, and I mean, yeah, it's. Do you remember when Hamas used a random dead Palestinian in place of a dead hostage? Very gross. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know if they did that on purpose, although really, maybe, or maybe they're just really, I have no idea. It's hard not to view a lot of what Hamas does with a level of maliciousness. Although they really might have just fucked up because so much shit had, like, obviously there's been an awful lot of chaos, and it's not like like, it's not like actual civil services are running in Gaza or any of that kind of stuff. So, okay. Countries are warning their citizens about the situation in Iran. Here's the latest. This is from 21 minutes ago. Qatar. Yeah, everyone is urging their citizens to leave. Who cares? They got their prisoners back. They got their ceasefire. Yeah, you're right. They did. They got all of that stuff that they wanted, and they still haven't held up their end of the bargain by returning the last hostage. They need to do that. And they need to fucking disarm, because that was something else that they supposedly agreed to, but I guess they didn't really. Now he makes a whole ton of mistakes that can be easily spotted by people at least a little bit in the know, like the time he claimed that Russia is still making tank engines based on World War II ones. Oh. When a veteran officer who commanded an M1 tank in combat multiple times and who taught at the Army Cavalry schools corrected Laserpig on a few things about tanks, Laserpig went on a wild drunk rant, which was pretty unhinged in my opinion. Okay, yeah, well, listen, I don't know. I like Laserpig for advocating for Ukraine. I think that's cool. But and I think it's cool that he went there with some other NAFO people and and participated by helping donate trucks and doing fundraising and stuff. I thought I thought it was nice that he was doing that, but yeah. But oh, was the guy named the Chieftain? But yeah, like I don't know, it's and I also think he's a funny dude, but yeah, no, he's not evil. He's probably just like a bit full of himself, or like he overestimates his own knowledge. Laserpig gets drunk and then yaps on stream. Yeah. Um yeah, he but I'll keep in mind, I guess, take what he says with a grain of salt. I enjoyed his video about Vladimir Putin, the one that's titled How to Kill a God. I thought that was an interesting video. Although apparently it's basically just like a summed up version of another YouTuber's much longer video, or at least that's what Laserpig even admits to in that video. But yeah, which I found to be interesting. Although basically he kind of just summed it up. Like, I think he said Putin believes in color revolution theory, and that Putin is also currently surrounded by a bunch of yes men, which seems to be backed up by other things that I've heard that other people are also reporting. So he's not necessarily getting any of the bad stuff about the war. Oh, the well, really? Really? Hold on, I need to log into my Reddit account. Um, Okay. Liberal realization. New Iran. Um, the official community of Iran, Iranians, and the supporters of the new Iranian Revolution. This is a place for all content and updates regarding Iran. Cool. I used to always consider myself a lefty. Politically, I land very center left. After this, no. Eshke, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's a Farsi word. I now understand why you believed left wingers so much. The hypocrisy, why you revile. Oh, maybe is this a person that they're talking about? The hypocrisy, silence, the allowance of dictators. No, I can't even be friends with these people after this. You can still believe in qualities, open-minded to other lifestyles, slightly higher taxes on social services. Yeah. Me too, but my mind is broken. All my social media friends cried about Gaza, nothing now. Yeah. That's not surprising. There is a channel called Red Effect that talks about tanks a whole lot and generally seems to know what he is talking about. Ashkenaz. No. It's Eshkam. I don't know who. Oh, my love is a Persian Farsi term meaning my love, often used as a term of endearment. Oh, okay, maybe he's using that. Maybe this poster is using this to refer to a particular person that they like, that maybe told him that told him that they were vile leftists. Flag of a new Iran. Look at that. Isn't it nice? Is this what the old flag looked like? It's Iranian Habibi. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Everybody's gonna have their own, like, my like whole I think Ukraine was my whole turning point with regards to like leftists, where like I looked at them and I started to think, wow, these people are actually really, really fucking terrible. Like I didn't necessarily like them a whole lot before then, but I really, really didn't like them. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to go with the old red flag. Maybe they want to have a new one, but still have it be something like similar, I guess. But this is just what this subreddit is saying. I don't know if that flag is actually like a thing. Yeah, for me, that was when I talked to them for the first time in 2016 primary. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I started to get a taste of it in 2019. But also the lefties in the US were the same in 2014 and 2008. Yeah, of course they were. I feel like they've just gotten considerably louder with the online time, or like with as the internet has become increasingly important with regards to our political life. And unfortunately, probably an increasing number of young people have begun to be pulled over by that, because that they start getting their news from political streamers. Oh, he's giving me slow blinks. Hi, I love you too. Oh, do you? I mean, do you feel like the amount, or it's still the same number of people? They were loudest in the 50s and 60s. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, that is true. They were if you're talking about communists or whatever. Chomsky wrote New York. Yeah, I always forget about that. It's very funny, actually. When I found out that Noam Chomsky basically denied the Khmer Rouge atrocities, I thought to myself, wow, clearly nothing ever changes. Or I guess that like these people were doing the same shit all the way back when like all the way back like during the Cold War too. There was always like a bunch of people who stand commies. Commies in the Pentagon literally gave the atom bomb to the USSR. Oh yeah, the Red Scare happened for, yeah, I know it did. I know that there were spies. Yeah, I figured that you weren't saying that it was okay, because obviously, like, they went way too, like, they went overboard with that shit and got hella paranoid. Commies in the UK did that. Most of the established Democrats never cultivated the skills to propagate themselves on social media and effectively created a vacuum for the lefties. Yeah, I know, Van Loven. That's a big issue. It's a huge issue that the Democrats, hell, in some ways, I feel like they're still acting like they're behind, or like they still haven't got it. Like they're still kind of stuck in like the 90s and the early 2000s, in much the same way that several media outlets are still stuck in the pre-Trump era, where they think that they need to give equal airing to both sides and treat both sides like they're the same, instead of holding Trump much more to account. And they need to stop acting like this is normal, but they're not going to, either because they're scared or I don't even know why, but it's really, really stupid. For a while in the 20th century, commies actually held positions of power in the USSR. Commies actually held positions of power in the USSR. Wait, what? Sans, are you trying to say that, like, a lot of commies weren't, like, real communists? They were just authoritarians? I legitimately saw a post the other day comparing Iran protests to the campus ones. I mean, that's... Or saying the media lied about them. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really. Honestly, I'm surprised that, like, I haven't checked Zay Squirrel's account, but I would not be surprised. Oh, okay, I'm overthinking. Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Stuff like this doesn't necessarily come across as well in text. I think that, I haven't checked the squirrel's Twitter, but I'm sure she's out there screaming about how what's going on in Iran is a color revolution, because, you know, people in Iran actually love the regime, don't you know? Because, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure she said the same shit about basically any uprising against any regime that she loves. She'll just say it's a color revolution, because that's kind of just like how she rolls, you know? Everything's a color revolution. Zay Squirrel is probably 6 feet deep in iron. Yeah, okay, Chase. Okay, stop. You don't need to... Let's not be weird. They were dodgy about Syria. I mean, yeah, of course they were, because they're just going to say, oh my god, al-Shara is backed by Al-Qaeda. I don't know if they were like those guys probably weren't straight up Assadists, but they probably just didn't care or didn't have an issue with him, especially since Assad was, okay with Iran basically moving weapons through there to give to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah was also backing Assad, so, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just like, I knew that tankies were a thing, but I think that, like, the realization that so many leftists were either tanky adjacent, or like that they were so brain broken on foreign policy that they were willing to either full-on simp for Russia or basically not want the US to intervene in Ukraine, was kind of like a bit crazy and incredibly disappointing. And then obviously the Israel-Gaza stuff just completely destroyed everything. Like, I knew that the outlets like the Gray Zone or whatever were crazy, but now it feels like that whole thing is like every leftist. It feels like there are no leftists who are sane on Israel-Palestine, that they are all crazy, and they will all purity test the fuck out of you. So yeah, I don't know. Okay. I don't know what else is going on here. An attack on the regime is the only help that really matters, Senator Graham said. Is Senator Graham one of those idiots who thinks that blowing shit up is the answer? Sooner rather than later, the people need to see what help on the way looks like, what is going after those who are killing them, degrading the ability of the regime to oppress them, motivating people to stay on the streets. So whatever action is to be taken, it has to meet those criteria, in my view, embolden the protesters, deflate the regime, and change the game on the ground. Oh, okay. I mean, this is a reasonable statement. Hopefully, dear God, I hope that somebody fucking told Trump behind the scenes that he could use some cyber warfare. Get those hackers on the job. Lindsey Graham is John McCain's warrior. Yeah, I know Lindsey Graham is incredibly hawkish. Like, and he's also a crazy, like, he loves Trump. So, I mean, at least John McCain had like principles, at least to some degree. Actually, it seemed like he had quite a lot of principles. Lindsey Graham supports a no-fly zone. He is a patriot. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's good on some things. Obviously, on any domestic shit, fuck that. Um, but yeah, like I can see on foreign policy, he's incredibly hawkish. McCain had principles. He just had shitty political beliefs. Yeah. No, I think no. Lindsey Graham seems to be in Trump's pocket. Like he might not actually love Trump, but he's certainly sold out to the whole mega shit. Um, Damn, I need to fix this thing. It keeps turning this way. Um, Graham pivoted talking about hurricane damage in his own state to wanting to make sure Israel has money. Or he's just, I see where the wind is blowing. I mean, a lot of Republicans are like that. A lot of Republicans are, anything is better than the Democrats. The Democrats are evil. Therefore, we will literally make a deal with the devil. And even if this guy is an anti-democratic fascist, we will still support him in order to continue to get reelected. Iran's foreign minister claims misinformation campaign is exaggerating protester death. Yes, yes, of course. I'm sure that's totally true. Yes. Protest deaths exaggerated, Bing Chiling. Zaysquirrel seems to be suggesting the protests are a riot created by Mossad. Oh, okay. I wonder, did she use the term color revolution? Because I mean, the Mossad can make color revolutions too. Have you ever heard about the Michael? Oh, hell, I've heard about Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy is Michael Tracy actually a communist? No, Sans, I think you mean the Mossad CIA or whatever the hell term it is that she used. Has the squirrel said anything about the Argentinian fires? Probably not. But maybe. Michael Tracy is a huge yapper. He talked to Dylan and he just yapped throughout the entire thing. And then he talked to Destiny and he kind of like tried to do something and he did something similar. Like their conversations were both really long. Yeah, I didn't get the impression that Michael Tracy was a commie. I don't know. He's just another stupid, he seems to just be another dumb populist. Like another one of those people who fell down the populist pipeline or whatever. Where he's basically just against the popular thing, but I don't know. He kept saying how he is a lifelong Democrat and stuff. I'm sure he does. Communism is when you are opposed to freedom. Tracy is opposed to an enemy of freedom. I mean, that's not my definition of communism, Epic. But you know what? If you want to say that, actually, that would be really funny. So you know what? You should keep using that definition because it'll make leftists real mad, and it'll make right wingers real mad too. Absolutely based. We need to trigger everyone. Trigger all extremists. Communism means being retarded. True. Yeah, okay, so this guy is just whatever. He's just calling it a misinformation campaign. Iranian American mayor of Beverly Hills calls for a free Iran. Absolutely based. FAA Tehran airspace closed to most flights for a short period. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there doesn't seem to be any major updates from Iran. Protests are still going on, by the sounds of things. Tehran's mayor says protests have caused 20 million worth of damage. So the execution of this Iranian protester was postponed. It's almost 2 a.m. in Tehran. Here's what you should know. President Donald Trump said Wednesday that Iran has no plans for executions. The development comes as Trump weighed a range of potential actions against the regime. The president also declined to take military action off the table. In Tehran, people are trying to go about their daily routine as much as possible, going to work, visiting family, keeping medical appointments, or buying groceries. When international calls do connect, no one dares to have conversations that go beyond the regular pleasantries, aware there are maybe others on the line. Okay, so apparently there's unlawful mass killings. According to Amnesty International, oof. I mean, at least I'm glad they're talking about it. Not that I think that they're wrong or whatever, but the foreign ministers of Group of Seven. So, I mean, I guess the countries or the protests are still going on. Actually, I don't know. It's probably like very hard to even tell what the hell's going on because there's no internet. All right, then. I mean, I guess we'll just wait and see what other updates there are. Thing is, it's going to be late in the morning for anything tonight. Probably. Oh, yeah, because it's like the middle of the night over there. Do not fly to Iran at 3 a.m. That's literally my definition of communism, but it's online. Okay. Oh, I need to feed this guy. So, wait, hold on. What? Do not pass go. Do not collect the Ayatollah. Yeah. Not right now, anyway. Not yet. Come on. All right, guys, you'll have to tell me, do we think that she is high during this debate? I gave you a thing. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, you did.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting communist when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country. Communist country.
I'll try to get you some more details on that.
Oh, the Anna. I haven't seen the entire Anna versus Pearl debate, Union Star. I just haven't yet. So
I don't have any details on that shooting right now.
Don't compare me to someone from Alabama. I think Vanilloven might be doing that, but good luck. I'll be right back. You guys listen to Steve while I go and get Stuart some food.
There has been another federal agent involved shooting during an arrest in Minneapolis.
What?
Breaking news. Here's what Bill Malugin of Fox reports. Bill Malugin of Fox News says, I'm told by 4 law enforcement sources there has been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis tonight. I'm told ICE was making contact with a target who then allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel or swung a shovel. Shots were fired and the
Those interviews were taken from That doesn't make sense. People like Californians don't have accents like that.
suspect ran back to a house. No info yet, he says, on if anyone was actually shot, just that shots were fired. Very preliminary info, more as we get it. That is from Fox News' Bill Malugin.
Damn. They do in the 80s. Good one, Vanaloven. I'll be right back.
So keeping an eye on that story too. Waiting to get more details. Not a lot out there at this point. Trying to get you more on that reported shooting involving federal agents. Again, Karen Scullin with Fox 9 says a person was shot by ICE in the leg in northern Minneapolis. Going to see if I can find anything else about. Let's go over to the White House shot for a second. Going to see if I can find anything more updates on Iran. Not hearing much at the moment, but let's see. Let me look around for a second, see what I can find you. Uh-oh, what is this? Oh no, that's nothing.
Oh yeah, I saw that the entire British embassy did leave Iran. Oh, did any of you guys watch that Pisco versus Chud debate today, like this morning? That shit was kind of ridiculous. Have you seen Stardust on Pisco? Wait, Stardust went on Pisco? What, why? What did she go on there for? Was it to complain about, like, the fact that he has, like, a whole bunch of, like, insane people in his community? Oh, she joined the WIC debate yesterday. I don't know if God damn it. I'm kind of tempted, but I don't know if I really want to do that, because I don't know if I want to cover that kind of drama. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, because she told us about that conduit, like about that guy who sent her that gore stuff. Yeah. Stardust has been getting like shit from that particular community for a while now. But I don't know that I really want to talk about that community because I don't want to pay attention to any of those people. I mean, I'm probably going to watch that though. Thank you for telling me about it, Conduit. I just don't know if I want to watch it on stream. Because then that will kind of trail off into, yeah. So it's probably not a good idea. I'm saying this is someone from San Francisco. Pisco is insufferable. I don't understand how it's possible. Wait, is Pisco from San Francisco? I thought he was a New Yorker. Well, I mean, actually, wait, Pisco is Puerto Rican, but I don't know if he was born in although I'm assuming he probably must have been. But yeah, he lives in New York. Oh no, I understand. I understand what Epic is saying. He's saying that because a lot of people from San Francisco are insufferable, and so he doesn't understand how Pisco can be. Oh yeah, no, he's Peruvian. Jesus Christ, fuck! I was confusing him with somebody else. There's someone else who's from Puerto Rico. Jesus, no. Yeah, Pisco is Peruvian. He's of Peruvian ancestry. I don't know where he was born then. I don't know if he ever said. I would imagine probably New York, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe he's from California. I don't fucking know. Yes, Orpheus, I know. Racist white woman. Yes, true. Exactly. It's that's the point. We're supposed to be the most insufferable people on the planet. It's actually insulting to me that he's taking this title. That's a serious blow to the reputation of my people. Oh my god. I remember the South Park episode that talked about how people from San Francisco acted, how much they loved their electric cars and the smell of their own farts and whatnot. Did Iran ever follow up on their latest Israel text message thread? Of course not, Speedy Taco. They just like to send those randomly. I don't know. Addie said that like she got that she and some other people got text messages a few days ago saying that like something would look up at the sky at midnight or something, and then nothing actually occurred, except for Vaniloven. Apparently Iran did not think that Vaniloven was worth scaring, and so he never got any text messages, which is unfortunate. Our farts smell good because we are built different. You didn't see the Pisco Chud debate? I mean, I already watched it, and I don't know if I want to watch it again, because a lot of it is, like, I feel like I won't, like, I might have something to add, but, because, like, I was kind of I was soying out in Pisco's chat a little bit during it, because some of it was stupid, but I think most of that debate actually, or like for at least the first part of that debate, it felt like Pisco was on the back foot. And then he basically started like cooking Chud as soon as they got to the, well, why the hell didn't this guy just move out of the way? As soon as they got to Officer Cause Jeopardy, then Hutch had like, or then Chud was basically fucked. And at that point he was like kind of waffling and flailing for a lot of the rest of the debate. And he kept talking about how Pisco was raped. Like, he basically kept going, oh my god, I'm owning you so hard right now. And it came off as really, really, like, cope. Because, as you know, you're totally winning the debate if you have to constantly remind everyone that you're winning the debate. Will they start their body cam show? I mean, I hope so. I think that would be entertaining. Pisco's strength, knowledge of the law. Chud's strength, sounds British. True. I mean, Pisco's like fake British accent was kind of funny too. Also, Pisco went into that debate with 1 HP because he's sick. Okay.
I'm now told a suspect believed to be Venezuelan was indeed shot, but is okay, stable, and is now in custody. That's a new report about this Minneapolis ICE.
Okay. I've said it before, but Chud has dedicated so much of his time to fighting the dumb leftists that he's cultivated. Yeah. Chud hasn't cultivated an insane right-wing audience. He absolutely has. And I think he just kind of leans into it now. Like, I used to think it was funny, but now I don't I'm sure obviously a lot of it, or at least to some degree, some of it is tongue in cheek, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. His, seems like he's basically fully on the anti-trans train, and that he's kind of bought into like some of the more dumb social conservative shit. Isn't that a well-known fact already? Yeah, Orpheus. Yeah, it's been like that for a few years. I haven't watched Chud I have not watched Chud in quite a while. I'm so torn on Pisco because he's clearly smart on the legal stuff, but he's losing his ability to effectively communicate with people. I'm not sure if he ever really was great at that to begin with. I mean, Pisco's problem is that he's incredibly pedantic and likes to argue about shit for like hours, and he can be incredibly aggressive when he does it. When they say Venezuelan, I think they're about to say Vanilovan. Ha, yeah, true and based. Okay. Pisco has a demented lawyer brain. I mean, I don't think it would be lawyer. Yeah, but it felt less obtuse than it does now, given the circumstances. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It definitely might. Maybe it's because he's a streamer now. I feel like there are certain aspects of streaming that he probably wasn't necessarily prepared for. Like the ridiculous amount of misrepresentation and hate that he's getting. I mean, he's not called Lib Logic. True. All right. Do we want to watch this? Is that what y'all want? Is Pisco lawyer brained? Yes or no? I mean, I think the yes or no thing can be a good debate tactic. There are a few funny. One of my favorite debate tactics is just so you know, when you're finished rambling, I'm gonna ask you the same question. I haven't had a chance to use that on anybody yet. Obviously, if I did, it would be shamelessly stolen from Destiny, but I spent 1 week watching Pisco. Yes or no? Chud always seems to be obsessed with rape. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of like a joke, right? Like the whole rape review thing. But I think that that's probably just a weird thing from his community. I don't know. A lot of that stuff is just kind of toxic. Like that whole drama sphere is pretty toxic. So I don't really have any desire to associate with that. Is Pearl high in this debate? Yes or no? I'm genuinely curious. You know what? Let's find out.
All right, Pearl, welcome. I'm gonna ask you the same question. If you're gonna change somebody's mind tonight, one person, how are you gonna do it?
I'm gonna let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're gonna have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And
What the fuck is this? This is called World War Debate, and it's like a live debate event. I think that this is something that Andrew Wilson set up, but that's just what I've heard, so don't quote me on that because I could be wrong.
who was first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion.
I'll have to like suspend my hatred of Anna during this debate because right now she's being really based. Although that's probably just because that she is still, or at least she still seems to be pretty socially liberal. So.
Dollars. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid.
Is this the debate Special Olympics? Yes. Yeah, I mean, she's still Anna Zog Kasparian. And I like, that's why obviously I don't endorse most of these people because, ugh. Like when your foreign policy takes are just dog shit. Also, I think she falls into that same category as Cenk does, where like, you know, both parties are the same and all this other BS. And like, and the donor class. I'm sorry, I mean, the donor class. Forgive the phrasing, but two R words fighting. I mean, yeah, that's true. Although, I think that at least the difference here is that, in this debate, Anna's probably going to argue a bunch of things that are true and that I, for the most part, agree with. Whereas if it was two retards fighting, that would be like a debate between two extremists on, like, that would be like basically a debate between Ben Gvir and Sinwar on Israel-Palestine, essentially, or like people who are aligned with those viewpoints. Then I would consider it to be, you know, like the kinds of debates that Piers very frequently has when talking about IP on his show, and he just brings on like the two most extreme, insane voices and makes them argue, and it's a huge waste of time. Will she have to reject populist talking points about the economy to make her argument? I mean, we'll see. Okay, but now I'm imagining Ben Gvir debating a headstone behind a podium. True. That would actually be pretty funny, honestly. Like Charlie Kirk versus yes, Charlie Kirk versus the TYT Tanky was, yeah. That was two retards fighting, you know. Because even though Charlie Kirk was like right about how bad communism was in that debate, he still was stupid. Like that whole thing was just like mind melting.
Labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. Women $6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force.
I don't know if Anna's implying with like the housewife unpaid labor thing, like if the implication there is that like women who are stay-at-home moms should be paid. I mean, that might be like some sort of government subsidy for that might be, or I was going to say that might be a way to encourage people to have more kids, but let's be real. Like nothing's going to encourage, like if people don't want to have kids, then they're just not going to fucking have kids. I don't think anything has ever really worked to make people have children, or at least to incentivize them to, short of like forcing them, which is not a good idea. But yeah, I think that like I don't know, like this talking point just seems it's kind of a bit weird. I feel like women who are like growing up, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. And I don't necessarily think that she felt like she resented the fact that it was quote unquote unpaid labor. Like some people would still feel like, maybe some people feel like it's that there's like some aspect of it that's rewarding, but maybe not. I have no idea. Because I have never, nor do I ever wish to experience that, because I don't want children. And even if I had any, I wouldn't, I just don't. Or rather, I don't want to, experience the being pregnant thing, because that sounds like a terrible, unfun, painful experience that I don't wish to go through. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk's dead. It's amazing how fast he became the like Rush Limbaugh in my mind. He's just like a passing thought of, oh yeah, he's dead. Yeah, I know. I still think about it like that too. It's just so weird. Especially since he held a much greater part of my I guess he was a bigger part of this space than like Rush Limbaugh was. Although obviously I recall Rush Limbaugh at least a bit more, but you know.
Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned...
Apparently he's already a passing thought in his wife's mind because she's dating Tom Brady from what I saw. Wait, really? Is this actually, like, does it... I mean, I'm sure this hasn't been confirmed, but does it look like they're dating? People were saying that she was getting real touchy with JD Vance, and it was kind of making them uncomfortable. If you want maximum brain damage, watch Abby Martin versus Emily Schrader. No thank you, Chase. No goddamn thank you. I don't know if it's accurate, but TMZ reported something about it. Oh man, TMZ. I saw the headline. I don't know about that. No idea how real it is. I mean, yeah, that might just, that's probably just all speculation. But I mean, really, people are already speculating about that kind of shit, or about like the extent to which that how much she seems to have gotten over it or whatever, just because of how out there she is with everything. But I mean, I have no idea. Who knows? Everybody grieves in different ways. It would be very funny, yes. But I don't think that anyone likes Americans in general because they are too white and Christian for lefties to care about them, and not the right kind of Christian and not white enough for the rightoids to care about them. Oh, Armenians. Jesus, I misread that as Americans. Yeah, that's... I don't know if it's... Oh, it's because Anna Kasparian is of Armenian ancestry. I remember Anna yelling, "You disgust me." Yeah, that... I'm sorry, Chase, but no, that's too soy, and I'm just not interested in... No.
Less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60%.
All of these people talk about how shitty college is, and they all go to college.
Of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice.
I don't think Anna denies the Armenian genocide, no. I think that was Cenk. Or at least Cenk doesn't deny that anymore, by the way.
Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission.
This is such a good line of argumentation. This is such a good way to like get at these, like, because so many of the women who preach social conservative Christian values do not practice anything that they preach, but they want to force all that shit onto like people like me who have no desire to live that kind of lifestyle, but they don't even live it themselves. I don't think Anna would deny it. She's Armenian. No, I don't think Anna denies the, yeah, Anna and Cenk had a whole debate over the name the Young Turks, yeah. Oh, by the way, if somebody can find that debate, please God, apparently this was from a long time ago. If someone can find the debate that Anna and Cenk had about the name the Young Turks, goddamn, please give that to me. Inject it into my veins. I want that. I'm sure Loner would like that too.
While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Boring. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are...
Pearl just muttered, boring. Chaste. What did I do to... Compulsory laugh that Anna the Armenian joined a media channel called the Young Turks. Yeah, I need to find that debate. Actually, I haven't even bothered looking for it. I'm basically just asking you guys to do my work for me. But after stream today, I'll see if I can find it.
Just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
As long as Anna doesn't cite capitalism as the reason or like some other dumb populist shit, then hopefully we'll be okay. No, Chase, I don't want a debate. I want that debate. I don't want whatever insane shit you're gonna... Okay.
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more...
Oh my god. Is that even an accurate number? Fuck, I guess this isn't gonna work. Alright, well, whatever. Anna goes base mode and gets dirty in this debate. Yeah, I know. I think I saw that part, but I'm sure that I bet she does it at other points. Numbers in debates don't need to be accurate. Oh, I'm sure that they don't need to be accurate. Oh yes, you're right. No, I'm sorry, Orphelius. Or do you mean that numbers in debates don't need to be accurate because that you can kind of just make stuff up and misrepresent? I mean, Pearl has misrepresented stats before. I don't remember exactly. I remember Lonerbox caught her out in like misrepresenting a stat a while ago. And I think multiple people have been like, every time she debates with anybody who like knows anything, she's basically constantly humiliated. Like if you do like even a modicum of research, like, how many women on OnlyFans as percentage of American population? Oh. Huh. Well, exact figures fluctuate. Only a very small fraction, likely under 1 to 2% of American women are creators. Though a larger percentage of OnlyFans users, around 30 to 40% are creators, 60 to 70% consumers are female, with most creators being women, but a significant minority being men, making a precise population percentage. Wait, is this where she got this number from? Hold on, what number did she give?
Happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25...
Okay, where the hell did she get this number from? Women, statistics show 10% of the female population of the US aged 18 to 24 use and sell content on OnlyFans. Okay, this is like a Facebook post from 3 months ago. Unless you have a host fact checking you. where 10% of the female population aged 18 to 24. Is that, oh, is that because that, okay. I'm tempted to ask the clanker where this number comes from. Okay, so the Google clanker says, yes, recent data suggests roughly 10% or more of young women in the US aged 18 to 24 are active OnlyFans creators, with estimates pointing to 1.2 to 1.4 million creators in this demographic, making it a significant trend driven by economic opportunities, personal choice, and digital empowerments. Note this Facebook video and this X post citing, where do these stats come from? I'm just curious. Although, by the way, like, I will also follow that up by saying, I mean, even if that's true, who gives a fuck? I mean, if that's what these people want to do, then power to them, because like OnlyFans is a fairly, if you manage to do it, easy way to make money if you're a woman, and a safe way to make money if you're a woman. Blue Sheep just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. So like I really could not care less. Like, it's not like this still isn't that big of a number. And if people are doing it to make money on the side, like, that's whatever. Besides, you can like make money on OnlyFans without even showing your face, really. So I mean, it's Hell, I mean, I feel like in some ways I've also got, I guess because we're listening to this debate, I don't know how much, warning, this is entirely vibes based, and I don't know how true this is or isn't based on like psych studies or whatever, because there are, this whole thing essentially just goes against, this whole idea basically goes against probably what any religious person will tell you about sexuality or whatever. But I feel like so much of like how we view sex, like the fact that, for example, if a woman is an OnlyFans creator, or if she was in the past an OnlyFans creator, this potentially locks her out of being able to like enter certain jobs in the future. Or like the ways in which we feel about the internal shames that we feel about like certain sex things. I feel like a lot of that is societally created. This idea that sex is like this special sacred thing. And I think that the only reason why we see it that way is because that view of it is kind of foisted on us by religion. And that's also part of the reason why, a lot of people end up getting mind fucked when they do porn a lot, because that they weren't psychologically prepared when they first started doing it, or why you have like certain OnlyFans creators talking about how much it kind of fucked with them too, because again, I don't think they were psychologically prepared for like they didn't know how to separate. I mean, maybe I'm full of shit, I don't know, but it does kind of feel like that is something that it just seems like that to me in a bunch of different ways. Like, I've never really felt any kind of shame or whatever with regard to like sexual stuff. Although I did when I was younger and more religious. And just because, but it was so easy for me to like let go of that because I was never really that religious to begin with. But if you're incredibly religious, it's probably very hard for you to not experience that level of that level of shame in the aftermath, or for you to like shake that off, especially if you are basically indoctrinated with that from a young age. And yeah, I think that that's probably part of the biggest problem, is the fact that like we have this weird view of sex. Like, we're still, even though like we're supposedly all enlightened and we've risen above that and we have a very liberal culture, we haven't really gotten rid of that, because we still think that like we're still obsessed with sex. It's just that we never let go of that whole sex is this sacred, super special thing. And because that we view it that way, it kind of has this impact or something. And people don't really prepare themselves for different things or what have you. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, if you're debating against someone who said the things about women that Pearl has, is it acceptable to bring up that she's unmarried and is chopped glass houses and all that? I mean, I think that it's acceptable to bring up the fact that people don't like live up to their principles, or that like that they don't yeah. And also the fact that like Pearl wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for feminism. And it's kind of ridiculous that you as a woman basically are essentially willing to go out there and talk shit about how women shouldn't be allowed to vote and how you shouldn't have any of the rights that you do, but you are basically acting like a man from your worldview, which I think is very, very silly. Like, by the way, this concept is explored to, I think, great. I think this concept is explored really well in the television series The Handmaid's Tale, where the wife of the commander that the main character is assigned to has to basically struggle and deal with this because that she fought to help create a theocratic society that essentially robs her of all of her rights. And prior to that happening, she was a writer and a reader, and she's not, and then like now within this new society, she's not allowed to do any of those things anymore. It's a really good show. It's long, but I would recommend it. It's also depressing and hard to watch at times, but you know.
On OnlyFans or other prostitution websites. There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable.
So basically this is all just like slut shaming. Like this is her entire argument. Her entire argument is sex is bad, and therefore feminism is bad because sex is gross and bad.
Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men.
Oh God.
Standing on the sidelines of the arena.
Everyone's can just use genocide now. Everyone. This word has lost all meaning. I'm willing to bet that Pearl is only using the word genocide because it's basically entered the lexicon of this is a word now that we can just slap on an instance where a whole bunch of people die. It doesn't matter how they died. It's a genocide. This is worse than when fucking Drew Pavler tried to claim that the rape gangs in the UK, the Muslim rape gangs were genocidal.
I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you, I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a...
So she's not allowed to... So, like... Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. In Pearl's world, divorce should be banned. She doesn't want there to be no-fault divorce. In Pearl's world, women should have to fight to get a divorce. Yes, yeah, Drew said Loner had a genocidal mindset. Yeah, I know.
Murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father.
She's right. Embrace the true cell life. Absolutely not. Fuck that.
While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wound.
By the way, I'm having trouble finding these fucking numbers. Like, all I'm getting is grok. You know what? Maybe I'll ask like, where this number comes from. They did the math. 10% of women 18 to 24 are on OnlyFans. Is this true? It's probably not a very reliable as a figure. The data seems to stem from a report by the Washington Examiner written a year ago, which found that of the 3 million creators on the platform, 67% of the revenue goes to Americans. They're extrapolating that because Americans make up 2/3 of the revenue on the platform, then they must make up 2/3 of the creators. This, of course, could be totally wrong if there are a number of high-earning American accounts making disproportionate amounts of revenue compared to non-US creators. Consider that some of the top accounts make over 10 million a month, and the number can easily be skewed by that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So that's where this number came from. And this is from this Newsweek article. So essentially, that number is probably bullshit, and the actual answer is that we don't fucking know. Chat, is this true? Chat, is this for real? Yeah, I could believe that. Is Destiny still live? I bet he's not. This motherfucker is... Nope, he's not. Rip. I forgot that Steven's a fucking boomer now who goes to bed at like 8 o'clock. Oh yeah, I know Dylan is live. I'm aware. It's probably only like a handful of women that are making bank off of. Oh yeah, no, that's true. The majority of creators on OnlyFans do not make very much money. It's just like Twitch streaming. About 1% of streamers actually make a living doing it, and the same is probably true of OnlyFans. But that doesn't necessarily change. Actually, I think that would change it, because that means that the number of probably the top earners are probably Americans who are disproportionately making money, rather than like that many women being on OnlyFans. But I don't know. I wonder if Anna will call her out on like that number. It might be interesting if she does.
He became suicidal. Well, at his post in 2008, a former commander...
Also, Pearl's probably just going to have anecdotes.
...of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence, yeah.
I mean, like, that's cool, although it's a shame that, I mean, this guy might, like, fucking hate women now if he, talked to Pearl.
Now, why am I telling you this?
But I hope not.
Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for.
No, they're not. That's not why they're put in this position. They're put in this position because they don't fucking get the support that they need when they come home. Because of like all this bullshit. Because they don't have like enough support to deal with PTSD or like regular therapy or any of this other kinds of shit. Because they basically just get fucked. There are so many veterans that are homeless. It's just, but like Pearl would be the first person to tell you that men shouldn't cry or that men shouldn't express emotions too much because then they'd be a pussy and like women don't like that. And she'd probably also blame that on women too.
There are millions of men that have died in this country from...
Whilst also at the same time saying that therapy is like woke and gay.
The political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop it.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be a heavy one. We're going to go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce?
Nope. I mean, women off themselves and cut themselves when they get broken up with. This isn't a men-only thing. Plus, using veterans, a mentally vulnerable group, isn't fair. Yeah, that is true. Also, I think, I believe the actual numbers is that more women commit suicide, or like more men commit suicide because they do so using more violent means. Whereas women will do stuff like take pills, and as such, their suicide methods are more likely to potentially fail. Like they basically, they just, because they're not like shooting themselves, because that's not the kind of method of suicide that they opt for. I don't entirely know why. That's probably like some other cultural or societal thing. But that is something that, yeah.
America.
Also, women are more likely to go to therapy too, I would imagine. I mean, although I'm sure like, I don't know actually. How many men in therapy versus women, United States? Nearly 1 in 4 women received any mental health treatment in the past 12 months. Hold on. Oh, this is from the CDC. Is this still reliable? Oh, this is from December 20. This is from 2020. Never mind. It's fine. In 2019, 19.2% of adults had received any mental health treatment in the past 12 months, including 15.8% who had taken prescription medication. Women were more likely than men to have received any mental health treatment. Yeah, there you go. It's because we don't get like fucked about, because like we're not shamed for expressing our feelings or talking about our feelings. Because we can hold guns, but women are too weak to hold any gun we stop. That's why I like handguns. I actually hurt my shoulder while attempting to shoot one of SDA's rifles. I think it was, I mean, it wasn't actually an AK-47, but it was basically an AK-47, and I bruised my shoulder because I was holding it wrong. I still need to learn how to do that properly. Okay, hold on. All right, let's go.
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people
ivory
what to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is paid
spending.
out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony
Oh, I guess she's really tall. Or she's wearing like platform shoes or something.
and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want. So there are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
She doesn't have it.
Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should
I didn't
shack
say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn, word for word. You said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock, he's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You wanna know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad.
I wonder if, would you guys rather watch something else instead of this? I just want the viewers to come back. Although maybe it's because Dylan is live right now, and he's probably talking about epic foreign policy shit. Actually, wait, what is Dylan talking about? It is also really late. I should go to sleep too. LOL, I kind of hate... Listen, if you guys want something else, please suggest. What kind of content do you usually look for? I mean, I guess, like, if there's other, like, foreign policy stuff or what have you, then that would be fine. I can't unsee Anna doing the happy merchant trope. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. It totally yeah, I understand. And also, I mean, like, honestly, I have already gotten a taste of this. It looks like most of the whole debate is this. It's just Anna asking Pearl to, like, give any information, and Pearl, like, basically not really having it. And it just gets worse from there. I get to look at that pic every day because it's in my thumbnail for their vid. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Conduit. Oh, I have a clip of her acknowledging that. Also, oh yeah, no, Anna does have a moral high ground here in this discussion. I mean, I guess we could watch the Pisco debates. Scott Horton on Ukraine. Fine. Why not? I'll suffer. Let me just find that. Hold on. One sec, guys. Oh! I wanted to talk about this, and I might actually make it into a short. Someone posted this in LonerCore this morning, so we're gonna listen to it. And then we'll get to Scott Horton. Let me just find it. How far back do I have to go to get to it? Why tabby cats are special. Oh, this was a cute video that I saw. Oh yeah, I went back through Lactoid's watch history to try to find anything about him. But we'll watch the Scott Horton thing. Oh, I think it was Sunday, wasn't it? When I first started. Oh, there it is. Found it, finally.
There's no way we're gonna let them.
Okay, I am gonna watch that, but before we do that, we're gonna watch this. This is from 2014. Full segment. Kyle Kalinske calls out Crystal Ball for being stupid. There's something that I think is really funny in this that I really, really, really want to that I want you guys to hear, because it triggered the fuck out of me when I heard it. I posted a video on Russian tank supply and stream suggestions that you may find interesting. All right, yeah. So we're gonna watch this, and then I'll keep listening to Scott Horton, I guess. I kind of wanted something that I could react to while playing video games, which is why. But I mean, you know what? That's fine. We'll just listen to Scott Horton. All right, here we go.
Let's move on to MSNBC gets pranked, bitch.
Is this loud enough, or do I have to? I think I gotta up the volume.
Old media is always in a rush to be first to the story.
Oh, this is when he had like a radio show.
Now, at this point today, it's inexplicable to do that. Maybe in 1967 it made sense to be the first to break the story, because then people will say, oh, gosh golly, you see on NBC last night, they broke that story, credit to them. That's how they spoke in 1967, I don't know if you know that. Today, nobody says, oh man, it's really fantastic that they broke that story on wherever. Because it's not about that nowadays. Nobody's going to be Twitter, nobody's going to be Facebook. We have people that are on the scene that are their own media platform today.
All right, I got you with the Sarah Payne lectures, don't worry.
So it's not about breaking the story, it's about actually doing accurate, fair, good reporting. But we're operating off of momentum in the sense that
I need to find a good volume booster that doesn't make everything fucking crackle.
the old mindset has carried over to today, and all of the TV news outlets, they just want to, what's everybody else talking about? Okay, let's talk about that too. Breaking news, something happened.
Like, is this like, can you guys hear this okay?
Even though we don't really know any of the facts, but just speculate. So MSNBC jumped into this same mindset, and they invited on somebody who they thought was an expert, who they thought saw the Malaysian plane get shot down in Ukraine. And
okay, yeah, I'm gonna uninstall this because it's doing that. Like, I need to find a volume booster that isn't gonna fucking make my audio crackle. I think it's because I came from a more conservative background, but it never sat right with me that Crystal left her husband and kids and married her co-host Kyle. Not very lib, I know. Wait, did she actually? I didn't know Crystal was married. I mean, like, whatever, that's fine. Like, that's her choice if she wants to do that. But, like, I didn't know she was married with kids. I mean, yeah, that's interesting.
Russia. And look at what happened. This is hilarious.
Oh, wait, sorry. Let's go back. Okay, so this is about the this is about I think it's MSNBC. This is about the in 2014 when that Malaysian Airlines flight got shot down by Igor Gherkin, by the way. And they were looking for news related to it, and this is something that happened apparently.
MSNBC exclusive, U.S. Staff Sergeant Michael Boyd is at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine and says that he saw a missile in the air hit the plane. He is on the phone with us. Sergeant, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Please tell us what you saw there on the ground in Ukraine.
Well, I was looking out the window and I saw a projectile flying through the sky, and it would appear that the plane was shot down by a blast of wind from Howard Stern's ass.
So it would appear that the plane was shot down. Can you tell us anything more from your military training of what sort of missile system that may have been coming from?
Well, you're a dumbass, aren't you?
Damn.
I'm sorry, sir. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with all the latest next.
Oh, Crystal Ball's so stupid. Oh, she's so stupid. He gave her 3 opportunities. It appears that the
That's your future wife there, Kyle. I'm just gonna refresh this. We're at 245.
been struck down by wind that's coming from Howard Stern's ass. Yes, Sergeant, it is true. The plane has been struck down. Can you tell us any more information?
Oh yeah. I know Gherkin didn't shoot the flight down himself. That he didn't shoot the plane down himself, but that it was done on his orders. Yes, Chase, that was Crystal Ball. You didn't recognize her voice? She used to be on MSNBC.
Based off of your expertise with artillery. Oh, you're a dumbass, aren't you? Excuse me, Sergeant? Oh, Crystal, stop it. And the producers, too. The producers didn't cut him off after Howard Stern's ass. No, run with it. Run with it. I think Howard Stern's ass is a nickname they give to certain tanks. Is that true? Look it up. Google it. Is it on Wikipedia? Oh, my God, MSNBC is so stupid. Oh, you're so stupid. Look, this is the problem with old media. This is the 9th segment we've done in the past 2 days where we're talking about this. But here's an idea. How about you don't jump on the bandwagon to try to get cheap ratings that aren't going to last you a long time? The idea that just use the breaking news banner and talk about the same thing everybody else is talking about.
Oh my God. The irony of him saying this. Oh Kyle, if only 2014 Kyle Kalinske could see what he's about to become in like a few years later, in the year of our Lord 2025, and probably even before that.
And that'll get us ratings. Not really. You know, especially once people catch on to the fact that you're abusing the breaking news banner. On CNN, we spoke about this. They did breaking news. The Titanic sank 102 years ago today. I'm not kidding. Now everybody's jumping in on it. I'm not saying that the passenger plane getting shot down isn't a huge story. Of course it's a huge story. But how about you wait until you have facts? How about you wait until you verify who the fuck is calling? Nobody, you guys didn't do any research to figure out whether or not this guy is the real deal? You don't have some sort of protocol where you can question enough to see how much they know the issues? Look, the guy got through and everything, but if there was somebody who was even half decent at pushing to see if you're talking to the right guy, then you'd be able to figure it out. Just one question, 2 security questions, Oh, you're a sergeant? Where were you a sergeant? What was the name of the brigade or this or that? I don't know anything about military, but if you're somebody who's responsible for booking these people, you should question it, but they didn't do it. Because they think, oh, MSNBC exclusive. They said that at the beginning, an MSNBC exclusive. Oh, we got this. Yes, we're going to get ratings, and we're just going to pile on the speculation. Yes! And, of course, it backfired in their face, like the stuff that comes out of Howard Stern's ass. So, look, man, the old media is going to die because of this, and new media is going to take its place, and I'm so happy about that. That's where we'll step in and do our job the right way. And how about you base a news network off information and facts? Off of stuff that actually matters. It could also be entertaining, sure. We're pro-entertainment. It could be funny too, whatever. But make it informative. I mean, I spoke about this the other day, but where was the breaking news banner when it should have been used for substantive stuff and you didn't bring it up? Again, they use it all the time for stupid shit. For substantive shit, how about when the Harvard...
Hearing him say this, with the benefit of hindsight, is just fucking insane. This is the same guy, by the way, who made, as far as I could remember, 3 fucking videos, basically, like, giving airtime to Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories with very little to no pushback so that he could get views. Do I know 100% that that's why he did it? No, but it's very likely that it was, because all of those videos got like 1 million views, and that's not the amount of views that he normally gets. This, like, old media shit... No, new media is worse than old media. New media has contributed to the problem that we are in, where there are a bunch of people who live in echo chambers who, like, don't even live in the same reality that the rest of us do. Because everybody gets their news from fucking Alex Jones. Or even from, like, you, Kyle. And your insane biases. Like, you're not, like, really a real journalist either. You're a political commentator who talks about the news. You're, like, no different or no better than like, Tucker Carlson or any of those other people. Except you're worse, because at least Tucker Carlson got kicked off of Fox News for lying too much. At least there was some level of accountability there. Even if it was shitty, and even if Fox News has basically, like, not fixed itself or gotten any better. But, like, at least, like, new, or at least old media had some levers of accountability. There is even evidence against it, considering that there that there is a intercepted radio communication from the separatist militias reporting from the crash site, being confused that this isn't a military craft. Wait, I haven't looked, I mean, I wasn't going to say that I didn't necessarily think that Gherkin specifically ordered them to shoot down that plane because he knew that it was like a passenger airliner. I thought it was more because that he thought that maybe it wasn't, or he just didn't care enough to verify it. To be fair, old media literally lied and got us into a war back in 1895. Yellow journalism isn't new. It just evolved with the internet. This is why people should... Oh, yeah, I know. I remember the yellow journalism shit. Although, were there any, like, repercussions with regards to that? Because it does seem like there's at least some level of, I guess, there seems to be more possibility of you being held accountable in old media if you just straight up lie about shit. Unless you're on Fox News, I guess, but... Oh, 30 years later they did something. Yeah, was that when the, honestly, I want to say, like, maybe we should bring back the fairness doctrine, but at the same time, at this point, I feel like it won't help. I don't think that it will fucking matter. Yeah, I forgot about that yellow journalism shit. I had heard about that a while ago. There are some people who hate journalists because of the yellow journalism shit. Which I think is kind of silly, like the assumption that journalists are all just liars or whatever, when I think that a lot of them are trying to. But Kyle's not a journalist. Kyle's just a fucking political commentator who's here to push a political agenda.
Study broke that said 17,000 people are going to die every year because Republican governors refuse to expand Medicaid under Obamacare, which they could do with just a sweep of their pen. That's it. That's it. That's it. And they didn't do it, and the media's giving them a pass. That's an amazing story. Republican governor, because of Republican governor obstruction, 17,000 Americans are going to die, and they don't have to. They don't have to. That's an amazing and powerful story, but they don't do it. Where was the breaking news story when that study recently came out that said the Iraq war, when all is said and done, when you add the interest on the borrowed money and you stretch it out until 2053, we will have spent $7 trillion on the...
I mean, people aren't going to talk about that, Kyle. At least not the mainstream media that you're referring to, because they're trying to maintain some level of because they don't want to, like, do biased stories or stories that might be perceived as biased, even though those things are, like, factual information. Also, if you're looking for information on the shoot-down, it was a Soviet-built surface-to-air missile system known as Buk, B-U-K, or I guess I'll just say Buk, which was being operated by Russian armed forces. Oh, of course it was.
Iraq war. Where was breaking news? $7 trillion mistake. You know, where was that? There was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And we could go on and on with all these pieces of information that, to normal people, it's stunning. How about when that study broke, that right in the smack dab center of the recession in early 2010, when the study broke that said, actually, I'm sorry, it broke later than that because it was when we had started the recovery, they called it. And what did the study say? Over 100% of the gains in the recovery went to the top 1%. Because the middle class and the poor lost ground, we lost money, and they gained a tremendous amount.
I mean, I don't even know if that's true. See, this is, like, I guess, yeah, okay, Kyle's always been a dumb populist. Didn't Tucker at least used to be a real journalist and reported on the ground in Iraq? Yeah, I think so. I remember he did report on the ground in Iraq, actually. He was, like, some of these guys were real journalists back in the day. And then they got upgraded to political pundits.
So where was the breaking news?
Quote-unquote upgraded.
Top 1% get over 100% of the economic gains since the recession.
I like how all of Kyle's breaking news examples are, like, by and large, things that only, like, a liberal or leftist political commentator would really spend a lot of time talking about. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing or whatever, but it is just kind of funny because I feel like he seems to miss the point of, like, media outlets like CNN are trying not to be as biased as that. Orphilius, thank you for rephrasing my sentence to actually be readable. Really need to go to sleep. Good night, Orphilius. Tucker Carlson just switched from Fox News to Russian state media. True! Honestly, Tucker is one of those people where it would not surprise me if he got handed, like, some hefty sum of money when he flew to Russia, or if it got, like, somehow wired into his account or whatever, or that if he wasn't like paid in some amount to do like that shit. He just simps for Russia so hard. It's so hard for me to imagine that that he would not that he doesn't want, or that he didn't get paid some amount of cash. Or maybe he really does just hate his country that much. I don't know.
Or in the recovery. Where was that breaking news banner? All the substantive stories to cover, they're nowhere to be found. I mean, where's the breaking news banner for, breaking news, economists find out that minimum wage is $5 too low and people can't live on it. The studies that say that. When they actually need it, they don't use it. And this is why people distrust them and they're flocking to us. Our growth is exponential all across new media. They're bleeding viewers. Why? Because of the shit you just saw. Actually, you know what? That's a lie. That was the most entertaining thing that happened in old media in a very long time.
Yeah. I don't know. That really, the irony of that clip was very funny. Like, just given that, like, Kyle Kalinske became the thing that he ostensibly hates, or maybe he never really hated it to begin with. Yeah, like one of those guys' arguments against like quote unquote corporate media is always just like, well, you know, they're owned by corporations and therefore they can only talk about what the money tells them to talk about or whatever, as if they are not also just as much captured by what will get them the most views. Now Tucker is totally getting paid. He's literally trying to find property in Qatar. Really? That's funny. I hope he moves there. All right. Wait. We'll see if I even play the game. I wish Qatar would give me a free bowling or free Boeing. Oh yeah. You quite like Boeing. I remember you said that last night. You would happily sell out for line go up for Boeing, but not Lockheed Martin. Boeing makes your jet, don't they? Or your fighter plane. They're the ones who made that, who made the F-15E. Is that why you love Boeing so much, Evik? All right. Time to get insanely triggered.
Get away with that. And that's all of us. And if you disagree with that, that's fine, but that roads into our movement now is a call to action for the rest of us, that we speak up and we make our point clear that no, in America's libertarian movement, regardless of whatever money gets passed around by USAID in Eastern Europe, around here, we're Ron
Oh God, I bet this guy cheered when USAID got canceled.
Paul folk, and we're non-interventionists on foreign policy. There's no way we're going to let them get away with that. And that's all of us. And if you disagree with that, that's fine, but that just means you're not a libertarian. And Ukraine proves the point, as well as any of the Middle East disasters that we've witnessed over the past generation. And of course, Justin Raimondo and Dr. Ron Paul and all the rest of our great heroes were great on Ukraine the whole time. And of course, it should always be mentioned when we talk about the greatness of Ron Paul, especially on foreign policy, we always have to stop.
God, this guy loves Ron Paul.
And give credit to his right-hand man, the great Dan McAdams as well. And now, they were right. Of course they were right about NATO expansion. And they were right, of course, that it was the neoconservatives, our same old enemies, who led the way on...
Oh yeah, we should have just said no to Poland and all those other countries in Eastern and Central Europe. We should have just said fuck you when they came and begged to be allowed to join NATO because they knew that Russia was going to expand.
American expansion in Eastern Europe, the same way that they led the charge for wars for Israel in the Middle East. And how do I know? Well, I wrote a book about it.
Does Scott also think that Israel is responsible for all the wars that America fought in the Middle East? I'm sure he does.
It's called Provoked, how Washington started the new Cold War with Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine. Don't be...
Oh, he wrote that. Okay, this is actually relatively new. Didn't he write that book like ages ago? Ron Paul is to American libertarianism, that Reagan is to neoconservatism, that Kennedy is to liberal internationalism.
Intimidated by the length, it's about a quarter footnotes. So it's really only like reading 3 books in one instead of 4. It's not that bad. But John Mearsheimer and Ron Paul thought it was good. So there you go. And we got some for sale
Oh, God.
downstairs. And now, because of time constraints, I won't be able to tell the whole story as thoroughly as I sometimes like to do. But then again, I think, probably most of y'all know a lot of this story anyway. But the bottom line, well,
Okay, we already know what he's going to say. I already know what he's going to say. He's going to say that the United States provoked the whole thing in Ukraine because they did a coup in 2014. He's going to talk about how Euromaidan was a coup. Maybe he'll mention that, like, the violence done against the protesters were actually false flags because that, like, the snipers in Euromaidan, I think one lady did some sort of study where she found that the bullets used were actually the ones that were used by that were not used by Ukrainian police forces, and so therefore, yeah. It was a false flag or some shit, even though nobody else's studies found that. By the way, this is all just from memory. I still have to do research or look into some of this stuff. He's going to omit the fact that Russia tried to basically blackmail Ukraine behind the scenes into not signing the association agreement. And he's going to say that Euromaidan was a coup. And then he's going to talk about how NATO expansion is just a thing that America foisted on Eastern Europe, and that the Eastern European countries were all manipulated by America to want to join NATO. And he's going to say that Russia therefore totally had to go in and seize Crimea. And he's going to blame the entire thing on America. And Ukraine's going to have no autonomy. And he's basically is going to think that Ukraine needs to roll over and sacrifice their sovereignty because I guess fuck sovereignty, because big boy Russia can't have their feelings hurt and they can't feel threatened over the fact that they can't fuck around with their neighbors anymore if they join NATO, which is basically the only reason why they should feel, why that's the real reason why they feel threatened, because Putin just wants to expand, wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. But wait, everyone in the entire former Eastern Bloc uses the same ammunition. Literally all of them use Soviet surplus ammo for the same guns that were built by the Soviets. Could you link that supposed study and just... yeah, I need to find that. Hold on. I think it was one lady. Let me see if I can find it. Revisiting the Maidan massacre. Oh, hey, the first result is the Mises Institute. The snipers massacre on the Maidan in Ukraine. Buried trial evidence. Who killed the Kyiv protesters? A 3D model holds the clues. Change my view. That's changed my view. Hold on. Maybe the AI will have something here. I think it's important to understand that for how we model Russia's behavior and how we negotiate with them. Oh, wait. Those security concerns do not constitute something we should care about ethically in the United States. Wait, oh, you said a whole bunch of shit here. Well, it's also true Putin does want to rebuild the Russian Empire. There are Russian security concerns that are likely very legitimate in the Russian military establishment about NATO expansion. Yeah, because that they're afraid. I know. I think there's because that if NATO wanted to invade Russia, it would leave them vulnerable in some ways, I believe, is the school of thought. Those security concerns do not constitute something we should care about ethically in the United States, nor are they Russia's right under international law to act on, but they are real. I think it's important to understand that for how we model Russia's behavior and how we negotiate with them or respond to their actions. Yeah, no, that's fair. Although, I mean, I don't know, I feel like how do we convince them that we're not going to do anything? Because I don't, realistically speaking, I don't know why NATO would do anything to Russia, really. I mean, maybe offering them a spot in NATO might help. I don't know. Although I believe that that was something that they tried to do before, where like they said, hey, yeah, you can join NATO, but you have to like apply or sign up or wait in line like everybody else. And I think Putin got ass mad about that. Or at least that is what I have heard. Is there a debate, Epic, about like or not, maybe there's not like a real debate, but I think I've heard it expressed before that the way that Russia was treated after the Cold War was maybe a mistake, and maybe America shouldn't have treated them that way in hindsight. Maybe they should have like tried to like reach out and help them in a better way than what actually happened. But we already tried offering them a spot in NATO. Did they not take it because they had to like apply like everyone else, or do we know why they didn't take it? Their concern is twofold. One of it has to do with 4 deployed missiles. The other has to do with the geography of the area and the flat base in Ukraine sits on that allows easy movement of cavalry. The Bush senior administration was to be completely hands-off and let the Europeans solve the problem. There's this lefty myth that shock doctrine, but the United States have nothing to do with that. The Russians chose to follow that privatization approach on their own. We had nothing to do with anything that happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Bush Sr. wanted nothing to do. Okay, well, yeah, I know that like that the U.S. wasn't necessarily like super on that shit or whatever when the Soviet Union was collapsing, but was it not American billionaires, or at least some American billionaires or people who were like doing stuff like with regards to the shock doctrine? I'm not saying that that was American government policy or whatever, but I guess the argument is that they should have been, maybe the U.S. should have been more hands-on in trying to help Russia transition into some sort of healthy democracy. But I mean, I don't know if that would have helped or not. You linked Sarah Payne's stuff about Mao's China. Maybe one day. We offered a ton of aid to prevent the collapse of the Soviet Union, and we gave a ton of aid to newly independent republics. We also offered Russia membership in NATO. The U.S. recognized the independence of each new republic, including Russia, and allowed Russia to maintain the Soviet veto in the UN Security Council. They probably didn't want to join NATO because then they'd have to use God's chosen rifle rounds. We immediately sponsored Russia's membership into the World Trade Organization, and we supported Russia's ambitions to denuclearize Ukraine. We could not have possibly been more amenable. Okay, that's an interesting. Yeah, I guess like other people have like expressed different things, but I mean, like I'll look more into it. It sounds like that is it. There were some billionaires that participated in the financial breakup of Soviet assets, but they weren't acting on behalf of the American government. Yeah, of course not. I didn't necessarily think that was something that happened because the American government, you know, they were invited there by the Russian government as advisors. Yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, like the corruption, it seems like the corruption was also just like a huge problem as well with all of that shit too, but yeah. And I mean, realistically speaking, I don't even know how much of that would have been on America anyway. Like, you could make the claim that maybe the Europeans should have done more shit to try to help Russia. Like, they should have maybe been more hands-on with it. But at the same time, I mean, Russia's a big boy, and and I'm assuming they thought they should have been able to sort out their own shit. I don't know. I don't know, like, what else could have happened with that. It's hard to, but did we have, like, do we have any information about why Putin didn't want to join, or why he decided against joining NATO? Okay, academic, this was it. It was primarily by this one doctor, a political scientist at the University of Ottawa, present extensive evidence supporting the false flag theory, including witness testimonies, forensic evidence, ballistic and medical examinations by Ukrainian government experts presented in court corroborated that many victims were shot from top to bottom directions and from the specific locations controlled by the Maidan forces, not from police positions. Self-admitted snipers, 14 self-admitted members of the Maidan sniper groups, including 7 from Georgia, testified in various media, including the U.S., and for the investigation, they were given orders and weapons by specific Maidan leaders to shoot both police and protesters. Video analysis. Okay, so I think that there was something in here that I saw about this, but it seems like most of this. Yeah, it's this. It's this guy. This guy's shit. This was the dude. Here, I'll just link this. Oh, a lot of the shock doctrine stuff is RT stuff. Honestly, most of the, listen, I understand that there are certain things that I need to separate out in my head with regards to that. And I know that the shock doctrine stuff, a lot of it is like BS or whatever. I think, like, I've heard Lonerbox talk about it some, but I don't think, he doesn't really put as much stock into it as other people do. Like, again, there's so much shit that I need to actually go and learn about, and it's kind of overwhelming, like, just how much, you know. So I'm the first, I'm willing to basically admit that I don't know shit about, like, some of this stuff, and I still have a bunch of shit that I need to learn. Or that the stuff that I learned is stuff that I had heard from other people. And really, of all the people that I have heard or listened to, oh, you're asking why they didn't join NATO. Russia wanted special priority membership. They wanted to skip the action plan, and they wanted to be seen as a special member. Oh, okay, so I was right. Okay, because that's what I had heard, that they wanted, yeah, that they wanted to be treated special, and they were, I guess they were told no. The Russian position was essentially that NATO was a series of American proxies, and Russia and the US should lead the alliance. Oh, okay. So they didn't even, yeah, all right. I'm assuming that's not the American position either, yes, because the countries that got let in are not American proxies or puppets. Those countries asked to join, and America said yes, even though they had to be pressured into saying yes. So, I mean, or at least that one came from General Wesley Clark, because he talked about it on a Piers segment that I think Lonerbox watched. It was actually the same segment where Ukrainian Anna was on there arguing against Scott Horton, and Wesley Clark came on near the end, and he talked about a bunch of stuff, including that, and he told the whole story about. I think it was the Poles. You mean the 4-star general? Yes, the 4-star general. I remember when he ran for president in 2004 in the Democratic primary. No, but that's the position that the Russians believe. Russian leadership, including Putin, believe genuinely that NATO is a serious. Oh yeah, no, I believe you. I completely get that. That totally makes sense. That is because that tracks. Because like, is Russia's goal not even that they want Ukraine to remain their proxy, just like they view Belarus as their proxy, and they want the whole sphere of influence shit. That is how they would like Europe to be, like, yeah. Yeah, Chase, I remember Michael Moore endorsed Clark in 2004. And I remember the debate between the primary debate that had Wesley Clark in it was probably the first debate that I ever watched. Because unfortunately, shamed as I am to admit it now, but one of my entries and interests in American politics was actually came from, it was actually Michael Moore, because we watched one of his we watched Bowling for Columbine in my social studies class. My high school social study. I don't remember if it was social studies. I can't remember the name of that class, but that guy was very, very liberal. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. He was very very liberal on everything except he was like socially conservative because it was a Catholic school. I mean, Bowling for Columbine wasn't great. It was a Michael Moore doc, like, yeah, and he kind of, yeah, he has a very obvious bias. I only met one general and he just wanted to talk about his Camaro and aviation. But yeah, like, so this is something that I'll have to look into a little bit more, although it seems like only this one guy is making this claim. Kiev court issue, and also I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that came up a whole bunch, if Lactoid is probably like completely on this. They view the entire former Soviet Union as core Russian territory. They are okay with independent nations like Belarus as long as they are loyal to Moscow, just like the Soviet Republic. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that matches with my general understanding of that. And I mean, it seems like Ukraine in particular, that they really, although I don't know if the view that like Ukrainians aren't real is something that they are pushing more so now because that Ukraine got all uppity and decided that they didn't want anything to do with Russia. Or if that's something, I mean, well, I know historically that Russia did repress the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture. And I think that they refer to Ukrainians as Little Russians too. So that's kind of like an old thing that's gone back quite a way. Like, I think that was part of the Russian Empire as well. Oh yeah, I know Michael Moore directed Canadian Bacon. I remember that. Oh.
On the bottom line, I feel something. What happened essentially was at the end of the last Cold War, the Americans, beginning with H.W. Bush, before Bill Clinton ever came to town, they started
Wait, does this guy think there's only Epic, are we currently is America and like is America in a Cold War with China right now? Is that like, I'm assuming that's probably what this guy thinks is happening. Or is that like a common belief among the like, I guess, security people?
The Soviets. And George H.W. Bush told Mikhail Gorbachev at the end of 1989 in Malta that if you let the Eastern European Warsaw Pact states go free, we will not take advantage of that process. And that was it right there. And he knew what that meant, and so did everybody else. And I have that from the second to last ambassador to the USSR, Jack Matlock himself, explained. Everybody knew what that meant. Gorbachev knew what that meant, and H.W. Bush knew what that meant when he said it. And he meant what he said when he said it. We're not going to take advantage if you'll let Eastern Europe go.
What did he think that meant? That they wouldn't be allowed to join NATO? I mean, like, maybe he meant that at the time. Is that even... Is he going to cite the not 1 inch eastward shit too?
And then in the beginning of 1990, famously, James Baker issued the famous promise that America promises not to expand NATO 1 inch.
Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. That's not what this... Oh, this is like a book. I thought... NATO expansion, what Gorbachev heard. We are in 2 Cold Wars simultaneously. These are often referred to as the new Cold Wars, plural. At the War College, the lecture you will receive as a freshman will describe this as the most dangerous global security environment in human history. Damn. That's That's kind of crazy. But I mean, I guess there's so much shit about popular culture that I guess kind of just fucks with us, because I often keep hearing that after the Cold War, things were like so much better, or even like right now things are better than they were during the Cold War, because at the time of the Cold War it seemed like everything was a more dangerous time because of the whole mutually assured destruction shit or whatever. But not 1 inch eastward. The promise was not to expand NATO basic infrastructure east of the former West. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wanted to of the former West German border in reference to the agreement with the Soviet Union on German unification. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I had heard. That is what that refers to. And obviously, like, fucking Russian propaganda just kind of lies about that. That's when they had to teach kids duck and cover and shit, right? Yes, yes, during the Cold War, yes. That is correct. By the way, I know I have been linking you to 2 of those lectures so far, but if you're doing research on you crying, oh, you mean Ukraine. Wow, that autocorrect. There are lectures that can be really useful for that, probably off stream. You can learn a lot more in an hour than you could any other way. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's so much shit that I need to do research on with regards to Ukraine. I have to look at the Maidan stuff. I have to look at like stuff about Russian thought, which I'm assuming is the stuff that you linked me. Also keep in mind, a huge component of that danger is uncertainty from emerging technologies of the 21st century. That's totally, yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, there is definitely stuff that, honestly, some of this AI shit scares me. Not because of, like, I'm afraid of the robot uprising or any of that other bullshit, but because of, like, that deep fake shit is kind of crazy. The new Cold Wars began around 2016. The long peace, which lasted from 1945 to 2022, is the most peaceful period of human history at a global scale. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what that was referring to, but I'm sure that Gorbachev must have spoken about this somewhere and explained where he got this from, or explained, like, what it was that yeah. Why did the viewers drop to single digits? Oh, I have no idea. Probably because that it's like 10:30 at night and it's a weeknight, and I have no idea. I don't know. Like last night, it was 20. No, Chase, he's not. I don't know. Probably because people are going to bed or people went to watch Dylan. Although I think Dylan was live last night, so I have no idea. It was probably the Anna debate. I mean, maybe, but I stopped watching that a while ago, so I don't fucking know. The kinetic war fighting in space is one of the big things that scares me, because we're staring down the barrel of that gun. The Russians started positioning nuclear weapons in space last year. Oof, that's frightening. Yeah, honestly, I need to stream during the day, because that's when I will get more viewers. Like if I do those afternoon or like 11 a.m. streams or whatever, then that tends to work out better. If Loner does not go live tomorrow by 1 o'clock, then I will go live. And honestly, he might not even. And then, yeah, and then I'll do like a more proper stream tomorrow. I think probably what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'll try to like wake up early and actually like start digging into some of this Euromaidan stuff. more properly so that I have, and then maybe I'll talk about it on stream. I don't know, like I did with the Somaliland stuff, because that was a good thing where I spent like I think 2 or 3 hours just gathering all that information, and then I wrote it down and presented it all to you guys. The Russians started, yeah, the nuclear the nuclear weapons in space shit is frightening. What about infantry firefights in space? Sounds cool. Kessler syndrome from Space War makes me cry. I don't even know what that is. I don't know that I want to know. Hello. Look, it's a baby. Say goodbye to GPS, the internet, pretty much any modern network system. Oh, you mean if they start shooting stuff down? Yeah. Infantry firefights in space sound cool, but the reality is warfare in space just means that the whole global system falls apart over... Yeah, as soon as people start shooting down other people's satellites, that shit's gonna get crazy. Oh, hi. Internet's mainly built on fiber, should be fine. Huh. Tell that to everyone who's got Starlink, buddy. Also, satellites do get different information. I know that satellite internet's not really much of a thing, but... That's a misunderstanding of how the World Wide Web works. Hi. Hi, baby. Those fiber cables communicate with ground-based nodes that communicate with space-based nodes. RIP. Kessler syndrome is the scenario where there is so much debris in space that you can't safely launch satellites into orbits without being hit. Ah. I mean, isn't there like a shitload of like satellites all like around in Earth's orbit right now, thanks in part to Mr. Musk? Without GPS as an example, there is no more global time. Ooh. Without the information and network systems we have in space, a lot of the internet doesn't work. Damn. I'd be fucked if I used Starlink out here in the boonies. Aw, hi. Oh my god, this guy's so happy. This is what he does, by the way, you guys. He will lay here like this. I kind of love this desk because it gives him space to like basically chill here, and then he'll fall asleep. We will just resort to internet over radio. Also, keep in mind that the submarines will be cutting those fiber cables too, by the way, like the Russians already have and Chinese practice to do. Ooh, yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. The Russians did, I think they did cut some underground fiber cables. Hi. Hi, baby. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I plan to post the, at least part 1 of the, I'm gonna split it up into, I made some thumbnails of the, yes, he's very floofy. He is so soft. He's such a soft cat. The vet always compliments his coat whenever I go to see them. And also a lot of my friends have complimented his coat as well. He's got a beautiful coat. I love tabby cats. They are very, very, very pretty. Although really I love all cats. Guess what the submarines in the Chinese Navy were doing during those exercises? at the first of this year. Oh, they were practicing cutting. They were literally patrolling the waters where those cables that connect Taiwan to the west coast US are. Oh, geez. Okay. So they could, are those cables buried? I wonder. No, they're not. They're exposed, right? Like in the ocean, they're like, I don't know if they're on the bottom of the ocean, but well, actually, I guess they would be, but damn, those cables must be hella shielded because of water pressure and all that. 95% of international data traffic. Ooh. They are buried, but during the Cold War and in recent history, submarines have access to them. A Chinese boat cut one of the cables for practice that connects Taiwan to Korea a few months ago. During the Cold War, the US literally sent divers down to install a listening device on the cable that connected China to the Soviet Union. If I post some political cringe in the Discord, would you pull it up? Yes, probably. This was before digitization, so they had to use literal cassette tapes that had to be changed every few weeks by divers who had to be deployed by submarine. That's fucking based. Put it in stream suggestions, Jane Socks, if you want to post cringe. Oh, pet pics, eh? Aww. Oh my god, look at his face! Can I share this adorable picture of Odin? He's so cute! I just have to remember that Destiny also asks questions that lots of people might think are dumb, and then I'll feel less stupid asking these questions. I guess that all the fiber optic cable is like laid on parts of the ocean floor where like actually going down to the bottom of the ocean doesn't have insane like water pressure or whatever, like up in the up like, you know, up near the North Pole, or is that only at the North and South Pole where that's like a thing? I guess the ocean's just not that deep otherwise. I don't actually know like how deep the ocean is. It's laid along shallow corridors, so it could be accessed for maintenance. Oh, okay. Badardi actually has maps of them you can find online that are publicly available. Oh, neat. All right. That's neat. Look, it's a baby! Does Odin sleep in bed with you, Epic, or do you not allow him to? Or wait, is he laying on the bed right now? Actually, it looks like he is, so it looks like he wants something. Oh, hey, Conradical. For instance, my understanding is not Africa next to Europe across the Red Sea and under the Gibraltar Strait. Oh, that's where the okay, that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Where's this political cringe that you posted? Oh no. This was posted by someone who thinks Israel did 9/11 and the Argentina fires. They both worship governments. U.S. Department, what the fuck? Oh my god. Listen, we don't worship the CDC anymore, okay? Because now it's run by fucking loons. Although we never really worshipped it to begin with. We just kind of trusted it as an institution. He was a big COVID-19 truther. Do I want to know who it was? Or is this just some random Twitter user who posts this ridiculous shit? He wants me to get in bed, but we're walking right now. Yes, he sleeps on my bed. I'm not a monster. And he cuddles. Absolutely based. People who say, like, I remember, I told my doctor, sometimes I have this problem, where, like, breathing or where, like, getting air into my lungs feels like it can be difficult to do. And, like, when I talked to my doctor about it, she was like, do you sleep with your cat? And I'm like, yes, the cat sleeps in my bed every night. And she was like, you know, you might want to, like, do an experiment and not allow your cat in the bed to see whether or not this improves things. And I was like, fuck no, absolutely not. I would never. It is absolutely not worth it. I love, like, Stuart sleeping in my bed is just, it's such a nice, there is no better feeling than, like, than like the warmth of like a cat or a dog or like any other like pet, really, like laying up against the side, like your leg or the side of your body when you fall asleep at night. I remember the first night that I got Stuart when he was a tiny little kitten. Actually, he wasn't that small, but when he was a kitten, the first night that he wanted, or that he spent with me, he fell asleep against my leg. And I was like, oh, that's nice. All feels right in the world. Aw, I love you, buddy. You're so cute. Aw. He loves his chin rubs. All the states in the coalition are recommending at the state level and in hospitals the recommendations from the California Health Department instead of the federal one. Based. Okay. Well, guys, we have new marching orders then. We need to follow the California Health Department because they are, yeah. I mean, I'm just kidding, but obviously, yeah, it sounds like they actually, like, you know, listen to scientists and not loons. He's a very small influencer. I cut his handle out because he's irrelevant. You know what? Thank you. That's probably better than giving attention to crazy people. Okay. Adorable doggo. Link to the map of the undersea cables in stream suggestions. Oh, this should be fun. Oh my god! Look at them all! Damn! But I see what you mean. That they're all like, they're like, you know, like around the coasts and then specifically in certain areas. And there's not really any like way up here, so that is so fucking cool. It's understandable why Trump loves maps so much. There's the California-led Western Health Coalition and the California-led Western Health Coalition and the New York-led New England Health Coalition. Oh, all right. Well, cool. It's nice to see states banding together. Well, okay. I mean, I'm assuming that the red states don't give a fuck about this, but, you know. Maps, as in maps? No, Chase. Are there any Dylan viewers in here who remembers when he used to do a segment called Map Time and he would always play the map song? And then I think I think his YouTube maybe might have started to get demonetized. And that's why he stopped doing it, but it became kind of a joke in his chat and everybody expected him to do it, but he just never did it anymore. The red state, yes, yes. The red states think health is woke and gay. That's true. They do. They definitely do think that. Damn, that's a deep cut. I'm sorry, Pat. Although, I mean, like, maybe if you live in like a blue city, then like maybe they are actually following the recommendations of these based health coalitions. Okay, where was the... Oh, yes, this. By the way, if people have funny dog videos, I'll watch those too. I love doggos. Aww. He just wants some scritches. Or she just wants some scritches. Oh my god. That's so cute.
Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Oh, Jesus.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women.
Oh yeah, I know it's walls. Yeah, I know, but it's just like his description of the fact that they're doing that is like fucking crazy. It's crazy that this is happening. I'm kind of jealous. North Carolina DHHS cut research and admin yesterday. Most of the paralegal and NIH IGE staff, along with liaisons to SSAs and quasi-government agencies that help people pay for OP services. Yeah. I admit there might be a few states in the union that have unique constitutions that delegate these authorities to the county level, but the Constitution of the United States delegates it to the states. Oh, it doesn't really work like that. States regulate healthcare marketplace. Oh, okay, I see. So cities can't like, I mean, can city governments not like put out advisories to people or whatever based on, or like say like, hey, you should listen to this, that, instead of like what the state government says? Or are they just gonna get in trouble if they try to do that? Gavin Newsom also did a program where the state of California is hiring a bunch of the researchers working in this state that were being fired by the federal government. They're working for the University of California system now, which is actually great for our local economy and our education system not going. Oh, that's nice. Did you see Vance retweeted Asmongold? Oh my god, I bet that the Roach Lord is so fucking happy. You know, I bet that he like almost died of happiness or something. I was going to make like much more crass jokes, but then I yelled at Chase for doing that, but I almost, yes. Doggo video. A state government might allow its cities to do that. Oh, okay. I imagine most of these red states probably would probably yell, unless their constitution says otherwise. I love huskies. I'm assuming at least one of these is a husky. Maybe the other one is like one of those wolf dogs. One looks like a husky though, the other one... Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, Huskies are really, I mean, Huskies are a lot, aren't they? Like, that is my understanding. If I were to ever get a dog, it would probably be like either a lab or like a lab mix or something. Or I just go to the shelter and find a dog that I fell in love with and adopt that dog. That's probably more likely what would happen. But you know. Yeah, I know. So do golden retrievers. Golden retrievers are also very adorable. The Wells speech right now is making me think he would have won. Wait, is he live right now? Is that what's happening? I have a rescue mutt and he's the best. Yeah, that's oh, this was from 2 hours ago. Okay.
To the level of chaos.
Understand that the governor has now come in front of the cameras. Let's listen in.
Do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government.
Do we have the entire thing? Is the whole thing somewhere? There we go.
My fellow Minnesotans, what's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial...
Yes, all of this was basically because of that fucking Nick Shirley video. And because Trump doesn't like Somali people. Presumably because of Ilhan Omar. And because of whatever racist shit that he heard from people like Stephen Miller.
Investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death. The Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state, who dared to vote against him 3 times, and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed, as hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless, you are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening.
Mutual aid? Are you a commie? No, I'm just kidding. This would actually be like a good use of mutual aid. And yeah, this is a good example of states' rights being used for good. This also proves that conservatives never actually give a fuck about states' rights to begin with, except for when like they could use that as an excuse to discriminate against people that they didn't like. And go walls.
Happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is, we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together, and we'll not be alone. Every day, we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are.
Which state do you live in, Speedy Taco, if you don't mind my asking? Agenda-free Minnesota is nuts. Oh, are you talking about agenda-free TV right now? Oh, you live in Georgia. Okay, yeah. Yep, that explains why. Yeah. I mean, although, is ICE doing stuff in your state? Like, are they deporting people that they think might be illegal?
Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are, or who you love, or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids, we take care of our neighbors, and we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency in a country being driven towards cruelty. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us. Thank you, protect each other, and may God bless the people of Minnesota.
Damn. It was a good speech. It really sucks this is happening. And it seems like a lot of it is I'm sure that like at least part of this is because Trump has like Trump probably doesn't like Tim Walz because he ran with Kamala Harris, and he doesn't like Somali people because of because of Ilhan Omar, and then you get like that fucking Nick Shirley video, which yeah, is crazy. It's all because of like some stupid clout chasing guy who doesn't like brown people or black people. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it. Yes. I mean, I don't know if that's the actual reason, like if it's with Tim Walz or whatever, if that's why I don't know if Trump has like a grudge or what have you, but can't believe we might do civil war because of a guy who can't pronounce benevolent. I mean, I'm sure that's not the only part of it, but yeah. Like conservatives were talking about Somali people in Minnesota for like a bit before now, because I think there was some weird claim about that Omar Fatah guy in Minnesota who was running for mayor, and how supposedly Somalis didn't vote for him because that they were racist against him or something because he was the wrong kind of Somali. But yeah, I think that sounded like probably a lot of bullshit. I haven't seen my regular gardener in over a year. I know that sounds like a joke, but it's kind of not. Oh, Fellrunner, are you saying that your gardener might be an illegal immigrant who, or maybe a legal immigrant who self-deported in order to avoid getting sent to CCOT or something? They've had it out for Ilham for years. Yeah, I know that. They came into the hospital. We've never had to allow cops in before. Now we're told to just not talk to them. Oh, geez. Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy out there. It's getting pretty crazy out there. Anyway, watch the cute doggo video. I literally haven't seen him. I know it's anecdotal, but he was a nice guy and stopped coming, and his nephew doesn't now. He didn't seem old or sick. Yeah, then they may have self-deported, or maybe they went into hiding or something. I don't know. Although I don't really know exactly how that goes, but oh, his nephew does it now. Okay.
Harvey. Harvey. See, this actually might look like Kane's just being mean, but Harvey wants...
Oh my god, huskies look so adorable when they smile like that. Another dog that has like that incredibly... Actually, a lot of dogs look super adorable when they look like that. Pit bulls also have like incredibly cute, like smiling faces.
a bone of Kane's, which is what he's sitting around. I don't know if he's... It seems like he's sitting on top of one, but Harvey always tries to mosey in like this and be quiet.
Harvey is a husky, Kane is a wolf. Oh, yeah, yeah.
And make no noise, so that Kane is the one that gets in trouble. But we've been on to you for a really long time, haven't we?
My dog does that, but I think that means he's up to something. Hey, Speedy Taco, you need to pay the pet tax. Please post your pictures of your dog in the Pet Pics channel if you are in my Discord, which I think you are. My neighbors had family deported. He took his license plate off and shit. He only speaks Spanish, so I don't know how many people, but he seems terrified. Yeah, that's it's so sad. It's so insane. Poor guy wants to go after the birds. It's just so crazy that like these people, the majority of illegal immigrants didn't do anything. And they just came looking for a better life, and now they're getting fucked because of Stephen Miller and his crazy conspiracy theories about importing the third world, and how like he doesn't like the fact that America is more white now. And because Trump is like a fucking racist person. Oh, Speedy posted his dogs. Pet pics. Oh, may I share these, Speedy? A dog and a cat? That is so cute. They love each other. German Shepherd or Rottweiler? I can't tell. Or no, or is this dog like a mix of one of those breeds? Oh, no idea. Okay, yeah. I love the huge ears though. That's so beautiful. Very, very, very cute. It's also cute that they're like that they get along and stuff. And here comes Spider, DEI ass dog. Everything is DEI to you, Spider. Absolutely everything. Are you DEI, Spider? We also have two other girl cats. Oh, please do post pictures of those too. Oh, stop, Chase. What, you want me to talk about Blondie, Hitler's dog? I don't really have much to say. Apparently Germany is going to send troops to Greenland. Based, if that's true. I think they also, aren't they, or was it France and the UK? Oh yeah, I know, yeah, German Shepherds are really, really cool dogs, yeah. I've met a few. When I go for walks around my, around like my neighborhood and stuff, I will walk for an hour. One of my, basically, probably my favorite part about it, apart from like the exercise that I get and stuff, is getting to say hello to all the doggos that I encounter. Okay. Oh. I've been told that I need to make a sticker of this. Have you ever watched the channel William Spandel? No, but it comes up in my recommendations sometimes. And I believe that he, doesn't he like do updates on Ukraine? I'm leaving this Zionist server, to be honest. I need to, I've been asked to make a sticker out of this. No, our punching bag. Well, yeah, what the hell do you expect? Not all of these people are like fired, Chase. Most of them can't be bothered to stick around and fight with us for this long. I mean, I'd say that like I'd invite him to my server, but I mean, he'd probably react the same way. Not everyone's got the stomach for that kind of shit, you know? You might find some of his videos interesting. He's got actual IR experience working in Washington. Mostly 10 to 15-minute videos. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Did Zip leave? Yeah, Chase, Zip left ages ago. Because I perma-gay babied him. because that guy is fucking crazy and he just soys out. Like, I don't think that he's got the right constitution to be in a debate server. That's why I never invited him to my server. Because I don't really want people who are going to, like, soy the fuck out when it, like, basically, like, anytime a conversation gets too contentious or whatever, and then start saying, like, wild, crazy shit, which is what Zip would do. Spandel is the lines on maps guy, right? But yeah, alright, I'll make a sticker out of this. Okay. Wow, good morning, Hugh. I'm assuming you're... Wait. Oh, it's like 6:15 a.m. in Jerusalem, so that makes sense. Remember R335? Vaguely. Yes, I'm Israeli and it's 6:15 a.m. Awesome. You know what? I got no problem with that because sometimes I'll also get up that early in the morning. In part because that I have a soft alarm clock who likes to wake me up really early. Although thankfully he stopped waking me up at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. to feed him. Insomniac might be here soon. Maybe. I hope Insomniac's actually getting some rest. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna end my stream now. Tomorrow I will actually try to stream at like a decent time. Or like an earlier time rather, when like more people are around, because it seems like yeah, like I don't know, view count's been all over the place. I think a better time. Oh yeah, now that it's morning in Jerusalem, all the Israelis are gonna show up here. Well, not all of them, but some of them. Well, I finished what video? Oh, this one? Yeah, I will. Even though I know exactly what he's gonna say. I might... Well, actually, what I would want to do is I want to go through all of this. Everything he says here and look it up and fact check it and stuff. Even though for some of this I know, but for some of it I had not heard before. Like, I know about the James Baker shit, but yeah. I might find some lefty clips in the meantime. I mean, you can, but remember, Chase, I reserve the right to just not bother. Yes, I know, Conradical, I know. But, like, it's part of the Ukraine research because you know that, like, Lactoid probably thinks that this guy is based and that his arguments are based. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Post BMI. Yes, exactly. Please post some BMI. Bye. I'm sure I'll be live later if Loner doesn't stream today. For all you Israelis, I'll be live later in the day for you, or in the evening.